Chapter 132. 1. In the dimly lit ancestral tomb, ancient and incomplete corpses floated up and down, as if they had crawled out of their graves and were devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Such a scene was very frightening. If someone came here at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Strands of green light fell continuously like a waterfall. A great Tao treasure vase floated in the middle, receiving the light and then turned into black great Tao runes, falling into the body of the young man below. His hair danced and his robes fluttered. Under the shroud of light, it was bright and mysterious, deep and terrifying. Gu Changa was sitting there cross-legged. At this time, his skin was like immortal jade, shining and translucent, and there was an indescribable, terrifying, demonic nature. One by one, vortexes appeared behind Gu Changa. Every hole contained multicolored light. There seemed to be many gods and demons sitting cross-legged, chanting and emitting a grand sound of the world. 1. At the same time, Gu Changa's aura was rising continuously. All kinds of refined energy seemed to be opening a gate for his body. In the void, there were many strange and bewitching flowers rooted there. They had a mortal intent, but they were even more sinister. Pop, 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 these flowers were blooming, spewing out rich essence chi, which was absorbed by Gu Changa's mouth and nose. This was the power of the primordial spirit that had been refined by a secret technique, containing the comprehension and understanding of the primordial spirit level. 1. In the sea of consciousness, the innate God consciousness was growing stronger, becoming brighter and more solid, like divine gold that had been refined, faintly shining. Finally, the terrifying aura here dissipated. Gu Changa's true realm had broken through to the peak of the heavenly God realm. He opened his eyes, and then the divinity and essence of the ancient corpses in front of him disappeared, falling to the ground, looking more and more shriveled. Gu Changa looked a little regretful. In his opinion, these essences were enough for him to break through to the divine king realm. But then he found that many of the ancient corpses were actually killed in battle, and their divinity was almost destroyed. I overestimated these ancient corpses' essence a bit. Even though there are two half-supreme being corpses, they were clearly killed in battle as well, long losing a lot of essence. It truly is a pity. Gu Changa shook his head slightly and got up. He was not in a hurry to leave. The area that he had chosen for the gathering of the Aborigines was actually not very big. It was only a few thousand miles in radius. To the natives of the entire immortal ancient continent, it was just a small tribe. Gu Changa was not at all worried that this matter would be linked to him. For the time being, no one would notice that something was wrong with their ancestral tomb. After all, who had come to see if the ancestral grave had been dug up for no reason? At that time, even if they were discovered, who would be able to confirm when it really happened? After all, he was not the only one of the younger generation wandering around the area where the Aborigines gathered. And Gu Changa's ultimate goal had always been the great mausoleum, those places where immortal corpses might be buried. This kind of small mausoleum was just a matter of convenience to accumulate some experience in digging up ancestral graves. At that time, if they were discovered, he would have at least dug up a few mausoleums. Therefore, Gu Changa completely had enough time and means to put the blame on Yiling, who asked Yiling to run to the immortal ancient continent himself. At that time, even if the people around Yiling could prove that all this was not done by Yiling, what was the use? For most cultivators, they would only think that all this was done by the inheritor of demonic arts. Since Yiling had coincidentally mixed in, they might even think that the inheritor of demonic arts had an accomplice. Therefore, if not Yiling, who would take the blame? Thinking of this, Gu Changa's expression became more and more thought-provoking. Then he took a step to avoid these array patterns. He casually glanced at the entrance of the ancestral tomb and conveniently dealt with the two corpses. In any case, they had the strength of a quasi-saint. It was shameful to waste them. Then the void in front of Gu Changa blurred. He stepped into it and prepared to leave the place according to the path he had taken. With the experience of coming here, it was naturally safer to return. No one would notice at all. Before long, Gu Changa's figure appeared again on the mountain peak outside the ruins of the city. Master. A group of followers who were hiding here showed up one after another and greeted him. Has anything happened recently? Gu Changa asked. He turned into a divine rainbow and left the place first. If he guessed correctly, Gu Xian should not have had a good time recently. She had offended a huge power like the Ocean Palace. Other than Yu Mingkong, no one would help her. Calculating the time, it was about time for him, the elder brother, to show up. After all, he had been in the immortal ancient continent for some time, and he had not had a chance to show off. Otherwise, there would really be people in the younger generation who dared to look down on him. No, now that his sister was in trouble, as the elder brother, he had to support her. How could this be called showing off? Moreover, he could take the opportunity to teach the younger generation a lesson, lest some reckless fellows jump out and get in the way. Master, during this time, there have been many battles in many areas. Many divine objects have appeared, causing the local creatures and the geniuses of the outside world to fight over them. In addition, Miss Xian is being chased by the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace. Many young supreme beings are chasing after her. The situation doesn't seem to be good now. I heard that the Sea Tribe has used a great formation to firmly lock the heaven and earth. It is difficult to escape within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. Behind him, the Yiksha-like follower suddenly quickly followed and reported to Gu Changa. The expression on his face was a little cautious. He could see that although his master had always been indifferent to Gu Xian, he had not missed any news about Gu Xian, so he was worried that Gu Changa would be angry when he heard the news. However, Gu Changa had always been expressionless, so he could not guess what Gu Changa was thinking. After reporting this matter, he quietly retreated to the back. Although the Son of Fate has many opportunities, his ability to offend people is also top-notch. But this time it really surprised me. The Ocean Palace even set up a great formation of the Sea Tribe and sent several young supreme beings to kill her. With Gu Xian's current strength, it is possible to deal with one or two, but it is definitely difficult to deal with more than one. Although this is not a small training experience for her, according to this silly girl's character, I am afraid that she will not use those trump cards until the critical moment. That's an extremely stupid thing to do. Who doesn't use a powerful Dharma artifact and allow themselves to be bullied? The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace. I have always been the one bullying others. This girl is quite bold. It seems that she wants to die. Hearing this, Gu Changa's eyes could not help but narrow. The expression on his face was a little thought-provoking. Subsequently, the void around Gu Changa became more blurred, and his speed increased a lot. After all, Gu Xian was his punching bag. How could she be bullied like this? Who does this 7th princess think she is? At the same time, in the mountains shrouded in a vast white fog, lightning flickered, lightning wreaked havoc, crackling with pi-li-pa-la sounds, as if an ancient giant was beating a war drum here. Gu Xian's dress fluttered as she stood in the mountains, looking ahead with a cold expression. In order to kill me, you sent so many people. It must have been hard on you, she said lightly. At this time, although she was injured, her breathing gradually stabilized, and she calmed down in the surrounding mountains. There were all Sea Tribe creatures, and there were even several young supreme beings. They were all in the early or middle stage of the immortal Emperor realm. If Gu Xian faced them, she was not afraid at all. She even had plans to win. But with the addition of the 7th princess, this battle was very difficult. There was no possibility of winning. Her strength was only in the middle stage of the immortal Emperor realm. It was not difficult for her to fight above her level, but against a young supreme being it was not so easy, because the gap between them would be significantly reduced. Since the other party dared to call himself a young supreme being, He naturally had powerful talent and many terrifying magical powers. Gu Xian had many trump cards, but she planned to save them to deal with Gu Chang'e, or to use them when she encountered a powerful enemy that endangered her life. Now, she did not want to waste these trump cards in this kind of place. Although it seemed to be very dangerous, Gu Xian still saw a glimmer of hope. Less nonsense, a life for a life. At this time, a young supreme being with a head of golden hair shouted, already taking the initiative to attack her. His original body was a large golden fish with a dragon bone. His body seemed to be cast from gold, the scales fine, shining brilliantly. He raised his hand and shot out a large amount of symbols, like a rain of light, powerful and terrifying, drowning in front of him, as if it could shoot down stars. A mountain peak exploded in an instant, turning into fine powder, including all of the ancient wood creatures, all of them destroyed by this attack. So powerful! This kind of fluctuation made many of the younger generation's expressions change. They knew that if they were in the same realm, they would not be able to block it. This was the power of a young supreme being. Among the same generation, only young supreme beings could exchange blows with them. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was also a young supreme being taking action. Moreover, a female supreme being from the mermaid dragon race, arms covered in fish webs, a small half of her face covered in fish scales. She released a wave of sound waves, extremely crafty, like all kinds of divine light, interweaving in the void, able to penetrate clouds and crack stone, collapse all things, even able to injure one's soul. Bullying the few with numbers, you all only have this much ability. Gu Xian's eyes swept over everyone in front of her. Even though she was surrounded, her expression was still cold, yet also carrying an unyielding sense of aloofness. If not for the fact that her cultivation was not enough, she was confident that she could suppress these so-called young supreme beings with a single palm. Or, in other words, she was confident that she was invincible in the same realm. Perhaps only Gu Chang'e could be her opponent. She wasn't blindly confident, but rather had a clear understanding of her own strength. At this moment, when she finished speaking, her entire body released rich, five-colored radiance, especially that immortal bone of hers that underwent nirvana rebirth, releasing resplendent immortal intent. The immortal light was dazzling. There seemed to be a true immortal sitting cross-legged within, about to come out and suppress the present world. At this moment, Gu Xian exuded a sense of transcendence, standing in the air, pointing her finger towards the two people. At the same time, Gu Xian raised her hand, shooting out chains of divine light, densely packed, completely the evolution of all kinds of divine abilities. This kind of divine might was incomparably vast, filling the horizon, enough to blast away everything in front of one's eyes, completely destroying the attacks in front of one's eyes. In any case, she was taught by the old monsters of the Peach Village. Her abilities were strong, and now she was personally led by the great elder of the Dao Heaven Palace. It was impossible for her battle strength not to be high. Immediately, it was as if an immortal bell rang in the void. The terrifying sound waves were as dazzling as fireworks, disappearing in front of Gu Xian's forehead. In her sea of consciousness, the phantom of a peach tree appeared, resplendent, stirring up a rain of light, one flower, one world, containing a great amount of primordial spirit power. This was Tao Yao's primordial spirit technique, powerful and mysterious, as if it had been tempered thousands of times indestructible. The divine ability of that young supreme being of the sea race was broken. Chapter 133. Boom! Gu Xian's eyes were cold. Wings of light appeared on his back as he quickly approached. His jade-like, white hands clenched into fists. His qi and blood were astonishing as he directly punched down. Faint golden qi and blood pierced through everything. He was simply like an unparalleled, ferocious beast. What? The young female supreme being from the mermaid dragon clan was somewhat shocked. She did not expect Gu Xian or to suddenly appear in front of her. This speed was too frightening. It was as if he had completely disappeared into thin air. Pooh! She quickly activated her divine ability to resist. The fish web on her arms turned into sharp, heavenly blades that could cut through everything. She wanted to resist Gu Xian-er's punch. However, in the next moment, the sound of bones cracking was suddenly heard. Accompanied by a scream, she flew backwards. Her expression was filled with deep shock and disbelief. The arms that she used to resist were shattered by Gu Xian-er's punch. The small fist landed on her body, almost causing half of her body to explode. This scene caused many of the cultivators in the distance to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Although this green-robed girl looked very frail, her strength was simply too shocking. This is a bit tricky. The young supreme being who attacked frowned and could not help but take a few steps back. His cultivation was stronger than Gu Xian-er, but he did not gain any advantage in this attack. This shocked him and gave him a sense of frustration. As a young supreme being and an existence at the upper middle level, he was actually not a match for a young girl in green. The young female supreme being who attacked together with him was even pierced through, blood spurting out. Gu Xian-er forced the two of them back with one attack, but his expression was not good at all. Instead, it became more serious. This was because the white fog was too dense, as if it was endless. It contained the ancient formation runes that the sea race had set up, covering the sky in all directions. For the sea race, this area became more suitable for them to battle. What trash! In the air, a blue figure riding a golden warhorse was charging over. She stood proudly in the sky, her eyes cold and disdainful. Seeing this scene, she spoke coldly. Her aura was too strong. Although the figure did not look tall, it was more shocking than the sea race that stood in the sky like a small mountain. In her hand, there was a long spear with a golden light revolving 21 times. Her aura was terrifying, and there was no doubt that she was a peak-titled Emperor Realm martial artist. The seventh princess did not personally join the battle. She was like a hunter, sitting upright in the sky. Her eyes were cold and mocking, waiting to witness a great game of cat and mouse. "Take her down," the seventh princess ordered again. She still didn't make a move. If she didn't torment the other party like this, she wouldn't be able to quell the pain of her brother's death. If she didn't kill the girl in front of her, the hatred of her younger brother's murder would be unquenchable. "Damn it! How dare you destroy my body?" That Fish Dragon Clan young female supreme being was incomparably furious, but also felt a bit of lingering fear. Her body almost exploded, but then it healed in the distance, wishing to reconstruct her body. She had underestimated Gu Xian-er's strength. She did not expect it to be like this. She was no match for him in terms of physical strength. Therefore, he suffered a huge loss. Very quickly, she charged towards Gu Xian-er with an ugly expression. At the same time, the other young supreme being also revealed his true body, crushing over murderously. His fish body rumbled through the horizon, releasing terrifying, world-shaking sounds. In an instant, that place was filled with densely packed radiance. There were tens of thousands of them, all of them turning into blue symbols. They turned into streaks of lightning and rain mist. Surrounding Gu Xian-er, a great battle erupted. Berserk energy spilled out crazily, as if stars were exploding one after another. Under this type of fluctuation, many of the younger generation couldn't bear it. They could only stay far away. Fighting one against two, and even having the advantage, this green-clothed girl's strength is just too great. No wonder she could kill wave after wave of ocean race people. What a pity she offended someone she shouldn't have. This made many of the nearby younger generation feel endlessly shocked. However, there were also some who felt pity. Naturally, there were also those who rejoiced in her misfortune. Buffed! Finally, under the joint attacks of the two young supreme beings and the attacks of the other ocean race people, Gu Xian-er's face turned pale. With a wah sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her slender body was like a kite with its string cut, directly falling towards the mountain range behind her. Kill! She's injured. This is our chance. A group of ocean race powerhouses were overjoyed. Even the two young supreme beings' eyes shone brightly. They used their strongest techniques, preparing to take down Gu Xian, Rumble. In an instant, this place was drowned in radiance that filled the sky. Under such radiance, all the cultivators couldn't help but close their eyes, feeling incomparably glaring. Now's the time. However, at this moment, seeing this group of people charging towards her, Gu Xian, who was flying backwards, suddenly had a hint of success in her eyes. She instantly stopped in her tracks. A dazzling golden rune appeared in her hand, and there were surging waves of energy coming from it. That was a dazzling sword radiance, terrifying, murderous intent. Although it wasn't a trump card, it was a talisman treasure that she had obtained when she was ambushing others. It contained the power of a true immortal. Now that it suddenly erupted, it immediately caused the expressions of the ocean race people in front of her to change. Many people directly collapsed, their bodies splitting apart. What a cunning little girl! I can't let you live. Suddenly, the seventh princess on the golden warhorse snorted coldly. Her eyes were like lightning, staring at the golden sword talisman in Gu Xian's hand. Chi! She waved her hand, and the golden spear cut through the sky, tearing the sky and piercing through the void. Puff! Gu Xian's expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly protected herself with a top-grade defensive celestial device, but her body was also severely shaken. She turned pale and lost all color. Even the golden sword talisman in her hand that was about to be activated exploded in an instant. Hiss! That was just a casual attack. So powerful, she can definitely kill a true immortal. Facing the attack of the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, everyone in the distance was shocked. Those who couldn't stand it even trembled and almost fainted. As the absolute overlord of the endless sea, the Ocean Palace ruled over many ocean races. This seventh princess was known to be invincible. Before this, they had never seen her appear. Seeing it today, all the cultivators were truly shocked. Invincible was not just a saying. Looking at all the young supreme beings who had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm at this age, and a casual attack contained the battle strength of a true immortal. Even the young master of the Gu family, who was known to be a true immortal, was not so strong, right? As a young supreme being, she was already the best of her generation. And this seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was obviously the best of the best. The slender girl in green in front of her was definitely no match for her. And before this, the girl in green was besieged and hunted by many ocean races, and her cultivation was no longer at its peak. This was obviously unfair to her, and among the many young people, no one came forward to help. She was alone facing the seventh princess, who had many followers. How could she fight? It was simply bullying. Now, many young men couldn't bear to see the girl in green and felt pity for her. Her beautiful little face was stained with blood, and her cold expression made them feel pity. No matter where it was all about appearances. Sigh, if only I was a little stronger. At this time, going forward to save the beauty, maybe. A young genius couldn't help but shake his head. I heard that her surname is also Gu, but it seems that the young master of the Gu family did not appear. Obviously, he did not want to interfere. This girl in green is said to have a very complicated relationship with the young master of the Gu family. There seems to be enmity, but also no enmity, so many disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals did not dare to help. Yes, if this angered the young master of the Gu family, it would be bad luck for both sides. Around the mountain, many cultivators were discussing in low voices. They had different opinions about this matter, and they were all very emotional. The girl in green was not weak. She just lacked the time to grow. Otherwise, she would be able to face the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. This made everyone feel pity. At such a young age, you are cunning and cruel. You can't be allowed to live." The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace sat on the golden warhorse, the golden spear returned to her hand, and said coldly, pointing at Gusyen. Her group of followers, including the two young supreme beings, returned with ashamed looks on their faces. Just now, they almost fell into her trap. If the seventh princess had not suddenly intervened, they would have been seriously injured here. Thinking of this, they looked at Gusyen with a gloomy look. Today, in front of so many people, they tried to capture a girl whose cultivation was far below theirs. Not only did they fail, but they were also seriously injured and even killed. This made them lose face, and there was a very sullen anger in their hearts. They wanted to fight with Gusyen hundreds of times and kill him. "Oh, can't be allowed to live? I don't see you as a good person. You are just bullying others." At this time, Gusyen also flew up from below. Her voice was very calm. She stood in the air, barefoot, her hair and sleeves fluttering. She was like the most perfect fairy created by the heavens, with a kind of fairy and the rhythm of the great Tao. She was young, but her face was beautiful, like a peerless fairy flower standing in the void. The discussions of many cultivators around fell into her ears. At this time, she was unusually calm. Although there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, she was not afraid at all. She remembered the words of her masters, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, but she calmed down. If there was no other way, she would have to use those extremely precious magic tools. When she thought of the possibility of doing so, she, who had always been a little money grubber, felt pain in her heart. This debt Gusyen calculated and inexplicably blamed on Gu Changa. Bullying others with power? That's interesting. At this time, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was also calm and composed, as if she was in no hurry to kill Gusyen. Instead, she said with a playful and mocking look in her eyes, "If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation is higher than yours, what are you?" Gusyen said lightly, "Because my cultivation is higher than yours, I will kill you. Is there a problem with that?" Hearing this, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace could not help but laugh coldly, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "No problem. Don't let my cultivation surpass yours one day." Gusyen looked at her calmly. "You have no chance. Today no one can save you. When you killed my brother, did you think about this, little girl?" Hearing this, the seventh princess's eyes were cold, and she remembered the scene she saw when she was searching for the ferocious beast's soul. Her brother was cruelly killed by this little girl in front of her. His body collapsed, and in the midst of his screams, even his primordial spirit was obliterated. This method could be called ruthless. He deserved to die. Gusyen said lightly. Before, she was a little regretful and impulsive because of this matter, but now she was very calm. A sister like this, and a brother like that, sooner or later, they would be killed by others. "You are courting death." Hearing this, the seventh princess's face turned cold, and her eyes were even colder. On her indifferent body it seemed very dark and even a little twisted. Those who were familiar with her knew how much she doted on her brother. Originally, she wanted to bring him to the immortal ancient continent to seek opportunities, but she did not expect that he would be killed when she was not careful. This made the seventh princess furious. She would not let Gusyen die so easily. She wanted to torture her. "You have chased after me for so long. Now that I am standing here, do you dare to kill me?" At this time, Gusyen's eyes had a hint of mockery, and she asked in return, "I know your surname is Gu, and I know you are the disciple of the great elder of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. But so what? If I want to kill you, who can stop me?" The seventh princess laughed coldly, looking at Gusyen, as if she was looking at an idiot. She could not understand how she could be so calm at this time. Could it be that she had other reasons? She was the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, and it was easy for her to kill her. A life for a life, and in the immortal ancient continent's training, it was a matter of course. If you kill me, my brother, Gu Changa, will not let you go. You will die more miserably than me." At this time, Gu Xian was calmer, and she decided to use Gu Changa's name. At the same time, she wanted to draw some hatred to Gu Changa. If things did not work out, she would use a secret treasure to break open the space and leave. Anyway, she would not feel guilty for tricking Gu Changa. Moreover, she knew that Gu Changa would not care about her. At this time, she did not have any expectations. "Gu Changa, you are talking about him?" The seventh princess did not expect Gu Xian to say such things at this time. She could not help but laugh. "Don't think that I don't know about the deep hatred between you and Gu Changa. Would he care about your life or death? Even if Gu Changa appears, so what? Do you think that I will be afraid of him? I want to see how much of the so-called genuine immortal's talent is real." The seventh princess's eyes were cold. From her words, she had seen through Gu Xian completely. If she did not want to make her despair slowly, she would not have said so much nonsense. Gu Xian heard this and laughed. Then she said lightly, "You are just an outsider. Where did you get the confidence to talk about my relationship with Gu Changa? If you dare to touch me, you will definitely be killed by my good brother. If you don't believe me, you can try. He is only delayed because of one thing. Otherwise, he would have come here long ago." She could not help but praise herself for being quick-witted. Chapter 134. Gu Xian said it so casually, especially when coupled with this indifferent and calm expression. He seemed to be quite serious about it. Of course, only Gu Xian knew the truth. She couldn't help but shake her head, a little disappointed. She also hoped that the truth was as she said. But she had tricked Gu Changa. It would be strange if he cared about her. And she didn't even know where Gu Changa was now. The immortal ancient continent was so big he might be fighting for opportunities somewhere. Her own life was completely unimportant to him. Thinking of this, Gu Xian became even colder. Instead, she looked at the other party with a seventh princess. "You're finished look. You're really looking for death. If Gu Changa knows that you're chasing me like this, all of you here will be dead. No one will be able to escape. You think you're very strong. You're just a peak immortal emperor. You can bully me, but in front of my brother, you're less than an ant. He can kill you with one slap." Gu Xian was still speaking calmly. Her words sounded like she was stating a fact, but also like she was telling everyone how strong Gu Changa was. At the same time, she was showing how much she admired and worshipped Gu Changa as his younger sister. But in reality, she was just thinking about when to use the forbidden weapon to break through the seal and sneak away. At the same time, she would draw Gu Changa's hatred towards her. If the seventh princess vented her anger on Gu Changa, she wouldn't feel guilty. She knew that Gu Changa was very strong. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the seventh princess. Of course, it was definitely not as exaggerated as she said. And when these words were said, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Many young geniuses' expressions changed slightly. They were a little shocked, especially some disciples from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. When they were in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Xian and Gu Changa's relationship was indeed very complicated. They really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that it's really like what we saw back then? They're brothers and sisters? Some disciples couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in their hearts. Gu Xian spoke so casually and naturally that it was hard to doubt the authenticity of her words. Like an ant? When the time comes, I really want to meet him. The seventh princess had originally planned to torture Gu Xian, but at this moment she no longer thought about it. Her gaze was extremely cold and filled with anger. She, who had been invincible since she was a child, was actually belittled by Gu Xian as an ant? She couldn't stand this and wished for nothing more than to slap this little girl who had a big mouth but was still acting so calm and composed. "Since you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish." The seventh princess wanted to kill. She urged the golden warhorse under her feet to charge towards Gu Xian. Boom! The golden warhorse once again stepped into the sky and headed in the direction of Gu Xian. This momentum overflowed into the heavens, as if a great army was galloping forward. Golden spears were striking down, terrifying to the extreme. The clouds were split open, and the sea race's great formation enveloped the area. Amidst the thick white fog, symbols flickered, and a great path to the heavens was carved out. The golden flames blossomed. At this moment, everyone could see the scene clearly. The golden light was resplendent, stretching across the horizon. The seventh princess was simply like an unrivaled female war god. Her aura was vast, and with a sweep of the long spear in her hand, it could make the heavens collapse and earth rend as it swept down. Boom! In an instant, this place erupted with commotion. Almost all of the cultivators were horrified. They never thought that under the seventh princess' full power, that kind of might was simply tyrannical to the extreme. Not good! Gu Xian's expression changed slightly, even becoming a bit pale. She made her move, using a supreme divine ability. The immortal aura beside her turned into an enormous bell, shaking the heavens. It shook slightly, and the sound was tremendous, as if it was going to destroy everything. Boom! However, this place immediately exploded. The mountain peak was destroyed, turning into fine powder and dust, submerging heaven and earth. Too powerful. This is completely the power of a true deity. The seventh princess might not be able to find many opponents among the young supreme beings. This kind of strength is definitely not a problem for her to sweep through all of her peers in the immortal ancient continent. Everyone was stupefied, scared silly. Terrifying spatial ripples extended through the void. Wah! In the next moment, the enormous bell shattered. Gu Xian's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, scattering a stream of blood in the air. Her secret technique was very powerful, but the seventh princess' strength was too much greater than hers. This was already not a category she could match, especially when the seventh princess attack was filled with anger. It could destroy mountains and split the earth. Die. The seventh princess sat upright on her mount, looking down at her with a cold smile. Radiance circulated on her long spear, containing exceptional sharpness. There's no other way. Gu Xian's face paled, her blood and chi roiling. She tasted something sweet in her throat, blood gushing out. She never thought that the seventh princess would suddenly attack her. To directly attack like this, she was simply deranged. Boom! At this time, the seventh princess made her move again. Looking at Gu Xian, her eyes overflowed with killing intent. She coldly said, "Go to hell! Such a disaster! I simply cannot let you live." Hazy golden radiance appeared on her long spear, symbols resplendent, metallic killing intent surging out, blasting towards Gu Xian. Boom, boom, boom. A large mountain range was turned into fine powder under this attack. Many cultivators in the distance were affected and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Gu Xian's face was even paler. Just as she was about to use her trump card, her eyes suddenly widened, and she was stunned. She seemed to be in a daze, somewhat in disbelief. She muttered, "Gu Changa, how is it possible?" When she regained her senses, she could not help but open her eyes. She felt that the scene in front of her was too unbelievable, like a dream. Suddenly, in the sky in front of her, the void became blurry, and the figure of a young man in white walked out. His gaze was cold and calm. Then a terrifying gust of wind swept out. The golden light turned into waves that seemed to want to rush into the sky. Boom! In between heaven and earth, a golden palm appeared, incomparably solid, and slapped down, like the palm of heaven of a deity. Huge and full of power, it was daunting and difficult to resist. This was the evolution of a sorcery. It was like the palm of the celestial dart. Although it changed, it was actually the embodiment of the rules and order. This was the longevity Gu family's famous theurgy, the palm of heaven. With a bang, it was as if heaven and earth had collapsed. The golden spear trembled. The terrifying rebound force seemed to be able to destroy the universe, containing endless power. Immediately, the golden war horse let out a tragic cry. Puff! In the void, blood bloomed, incomparably bright. How is this possible? The seventh princess's arm shook violently. The terrifying power almost made her entire arm explode. The pain made her face contort. If it were not for her talent rune bone shining and protecting her, half of her body would have exploded. This made the seventh princess's expression change drastically. She was even a little shocked and a little in disbelief. As a result, her scalp was slightly numb. Boom! The giant golden palm fell, the golden light rolling, cratered the ground, collapsed the mountains, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Many onlooking cultivators were hit by the palm. They did not have time to escape and were instantly turned into minced meat. How dare you touch my things? His casual voice resounded between heaven and earth, but all of a sudden it caused all directions to become deathly silent. All the cultivators stared blankly at the figure that walked out of the void, and they could not help but feel fear and shock. Many people felt a chill run down their backs and their scalps go numb. Greetings, successor. Around the mountain peak, many disciples of the palace of heavenly immortals' expression changed drastically. They hurriedly saluted, frightened by this shocking scene. They naturally recognized the young man who suddenly attacked. He was the successor of the palace of heavenly immortals. Guchanga, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm, was seriously injured by this palm, and her war horse exploded. Her right arm was dripping with blood, and her face was extremely pale, losing all color. This was too shocking, especially when compared to the domineering indifference from when he was sitting high up in the sky, overlooking everything with murderous intent and wanting to kill Guxian. It formed a strong contrast, causing the hearts of all the cultivators to beat violently. In an instant, she was knocked down from the clouds and was covered by a palm. Just as Gusianer said, she did not have the slightest bit of resistance and was not a match at all. This made them unable to help but be shocked. Just how strong was Guchanga? Could it really be like what Gusiana said? The expressions of the sea creatures also changed drastically. They surrounded the seventh princess from all directions, protecting her in the middle, and stared at Guchanga vigilantly. Under the situation where the sea tribe's array sealed off the world, he could still appear here silently. This was already unimaginably strong. Not to mention the scene just now, it made their minds buzz and blank, and they could not react for a while. The invincible seventh princess had never been in such a difficult situation before, especially in the hands of someone of the same generation. This was simply unbelievable. Guchanga was too strong. His reputation was like a tree's shadow and made them very vigilant. Interesting. Guchanga appeared in the sky and looked at the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, who was not far away, who was extremely wary of him, and said lightly, "Now that I have appeared, why is the seventh princess still like this? Or are you saying that you only dare to bully my sister?" His expression was very calm, but there was a deep coldness that made the seventh princess's expression change, and the fear in her heart deepened. Her injuries had healed, but the pain was still there, and it was difficult for her to forget. Although Guchanga had suddenly attacked and caught her off guard, it was enough to show how strong Guchanga was. This made the seventh princess frown involuntarily. She was very wary, and her expression was uncertain. In her investigation, there was a lot of hatred between Gu Xian and Guchanga, and it involved a huge secret of the longevity Gu family. But now, why did Guchanga appear to help Gu Xian? Could it be that it was really like what Gu Xian said? Guchanga, I admit that you are very strong, but don't think that you are invincible. In a battle of life and death, it is not certain who is weaker. Then coldness flashed across the seventh princess's face. She opened her mouth and said directly. The runes on her golden spear began to move, and it began to shine. She was expressing her attitude. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I am not afraid of you. As one of the best, she would not back down because of this and choose not to fight. When the time comes, whether it is to her face or to her Tao, it will be a huge blow. To her, though Gu Changa was strong, it was not like she had no chance of winning. And now Gu Xian who had come to her senses, also flew up from below with a look of shock and disbelief. She never thought that Gu Changa would actually appear. This made her brain buzz, and she didn't know what to say. Confusion, joy, all kinds of emotions mixed together, making her expression very complicated. However, very quickly, she regained her composure on the surface, but her mind was in chaos. She originally thought that Gu Changa would not care about her, and would not care about whether she lived or died. But she never thought that at this time Gu Changa would appear and stand in front of her. This made Gu Xian feel an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart, and this feeling made her face turn a little red. After all, when she said those words to all the cultivators, she crazily attracted hatred for Gu Changa. If Gu Changa was in the crowd, wouldn't he have heard it? Gu Changa would probably laugh to death at these words, and then he would definitely not let her go. Gu Changa naturally also noticed Gu Xian behind him, but now he had no time to deal with her. In fact, he had been here for a while, but he did not show himself. He had been hiding in the void, waiting for the right time to appear. Otherwise, if he could not achieve the desired effect, it would be meaningless. When he heard Gu Xian's calm speech, he was stunned. He never thought that this silly girl would use this kind of method to attract hatred to trick him. Although he did not take this seventh princess of the Ocean Palace seriously at all. At that time, Gu Changa really wanted to throw Gu Xian into the bottom of the latrine pit and suppress her for 3 to 5 years. Chapter 135. Are you okay with your injuries? Gu Changa asked casually, asking Gu Xian behind him. His expression did not seem to be very concerned. But at this time, Gu Xian's mind was really in a mess. Hearing this, she just gave a soft hum. What do you mean? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. He naturally knew that Gu Xian was not seriously injured, at most a little injured. But at this time, even if she was not injured, she would be injured. When Gu Xian heard Gu Changa's words, she was not stupid. Her voice was cold, but a little low and aggrieved. The injuries are very serious. Many of my bones are broken, and my internal organs are displaced. If you didn't come, I would probably die here today alone, with no one to collect my body. Speaking of this, her face had a sad and tearful expression, which would make anyone who heard it cry. Many of the young men nearby couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for her. She was injured so badly the Ocean Palace is too much. Gu Changa's expression did not change, but his eyes gradually deepened, and he said lightly, I, Gu Changa, have never had a reason to be bullied. Although he said so, he secretly praised her wit. This girl was not very stupid, and knew to cooperate with him at this time. Tell me, how do you want to die? Then Gu Changa looked at the creatures of the Ocean Palace in front of him, and asked with a casual expression. All the cultivators heard this, and could not help but shudder. At this time they were frightened. How do you want to die? This sentence came from Gu Changa's mouth, but it was so natural, containing an endless bloody breath. They already had a hunch that there would be a bloody storm here in a while. Hearing this, the faces of the creatures of the Ocean Palace could not help but change, and they turned slightly pale. The 2 young supreme warriors who had attacked Gu Xian before turned pale, a little frightened, and could not help but take a few steps back. After all, this was Gu Changa. Just now, his attack had severely injured the 7th princess, and even her mount had been shattered by the aftershock. His strength was ridiculously strong. Before this, they had never heard that Gu Changa would stand up for Gu Xianer. Even the seventh princess did not expect such a thing. Gu Changa, don't go too far. If you insist on supporting Gu Xian, then 587. At this time, the seventh princess said with a slightly gloomy expression. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Gu Changa. His expression was a little playful as he said, "The Ocean Palace hurt my sister, and now they blame me for backing her up. What kind of logic is this? Also, seventh princess, you haven't answered my question yet. Then I'll ask you again, how do you want to die?" The seventh princess was enraged by Gu Changa's aggressive attitude, and her expression was very ugly. She could not help but say, "Gu Changa, stop acting like you've taken advantage of us. You're a famous young supreme warrior with the potential of a genuine immortal, but you've gone too far. Do you really think the Ocean Palace is easy to bully?" In her opinion, no matter how strong Gu Changa was, he was only one person now. Even if he gathered the nearby disciples of the Heavenly Immortal Palace, he could not be a match for the Ocean Palace. It was very likely that both sides would suffer, and the other young supreme warriors would take advantage of the situation. Therefore, at this time, she actually did not want to confront Gu Changa directly. She would find a way to avenge her brother sooner or later. However, Gu Changa did not mention this at all, nor did he ask why she wanted to kill Gu Xianer. Instead, he asked her how she wanted to die. He even repeated it twice. This kind of contemptuous, casual, indifferent, arrogant attitude made the seventh princess angry. She could not bear it. After all, she was the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. She ruled over many heaven's prides and young supreme warriors of the Sea Clan. In terms of status, she was not inferior to Gu Changa, and most importantly, Gu Changa was too confident and had an attitude that said he could defeat them. As a fellow supreme warrior, how could she stand such humiliating treatment? Going too far? Hearing this, Gu Changa could not help but laugh, and then the expression on his face turned cold. "So what if I'm bullying you?" Hearing this, Gu Xianer, who was behind him, could not help but tremble. She gently lowered her head. Previously, when the people of the Ocean Palace were chasing her, the seventh princess also had such an overbearing attitude. The Ocean Palace was stronger than her, so they bullied her. And now, Gu Changa said such similar words in front of the people of the Ocean Palace, which made her heart full of strange and indescribable emotions. With Gu Changa in front of her, she could not help but feel at ease, and a feeling of wanting to rely on him. Of course, Gu Xianer also understood that this was Gu Changa pretending in front of outsiders. He came to save her, probably just to make up for what happened back then. Gu Xianer had mixed feelings. Speaking of which, Gu Changa did not owe her anything after returning the knife. She also had the means to escape safely, but Gu Changa showed up at the critical moment to stand up for her. And she also said those words to draw hatred for Gu Changa. Gu Xianer suddenly felt a little regret and guilt. At that time, she was actually a little upset about Gu Changa. After all, she had been looking forward to his appearance, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Gu Changa, since you want to say so, how do you want to settle the matter of your sister killing my brother?" Hearing this, the seventh princess said coldly with a heavy expression, gritting her teeth. She did not intend to feign civility with Gu Changa anymore. She gripped the golden spear tightly, and wisps of brilliance appeared on it, and a metallic aura circulated. Gu Changa's words clearly showed that he did not give any face at all, and had a completely unrelenting attitude. "Then how do you want to settle it? Go down and accompany him?" Gu Changa said lightly. His figure stepped out of the void and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already landed in front of the seventh princess. The seventh princess and the others could not help but narrow their eyes, and a shocking chill ran down their backs. The expressions of the many followers around her changed dramatically, and they were shocked. They did not feel the slightest fluctuation of space at all, and Gu Changa had already arrived in front of them. What kind of amazing extreme speed was this? Could it be so close yet worlds apart, or shrinking the earth into an inch? In the next moment, before they could react, they felt a terrifying aura suddenly erupt from the void in front of them, as if a dazzling sun was pressing down on them. It's his honor that Xian killed him. If you dare to touch Xian, then you can go and accompany your brother. Boom! As Gu Changa's understated words fell, a dazzling sword light flashed. Dazzling sword chi suddenly appeared in the void. Clanging sounds rang out, and even sparks flew out. The terrifying sharp chi was simply like a celestial sword that could destroy the world. He put his fingers together like a sword, and a terrifying sword light bloomed continuously between his fingers. It was as if it could dominate the world, and a wisp of sword chi could tear the universe apart. Although the endless celestial art was a supreme, offensive secret technique of the primordial spirit type, Gu Changa could also display great power when he used it with his current means. This did not involve dharmic powers, but the use of laws. After all, with the support of the Transcendence talent, his control of many divine techniques had undergone a qualitative change. This was the sword light of laws and order, which could destroy many Tao techniques and divine techniques. Unless there was a law of the same level, it could resist. Under the premise of not revealing his true strength, it was too easy to deal with the so-called young supremes. It was just like cutting melons and vegetables. At this moment, around the mountain peak, many of Gu Changa's followers also appeared and began to attack from all directions, killing the sea race creatures. A chaotic battle broke out. Gu Changa stepped forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park, his expression casual and natural. His sword fingers fell flat, and the void in front of him became blurry, making clanging sounds. It was as if an immortal sword was really unsheathed, and strands of sword chi fell like a large galaxy. Uft! No, blood splattered everywhere in the void. The young supreme being, whose original body was a golden fish, turned pale with fear. He looked desperate and regretful, and wanted to beg for mercy. His whole body was cold, and even his primordial spirit was trembling. At this moment, he was enveloped by a terrifying killing intent. He wanted to resist, so he took out his strongest Dharma artifact, and all his Dharma power surged into it. This Dharma artifact was overflowing with divine light, and when it came down, it could destroy all existences in the void God realm. However, it was useless. A ray of sword light, like a divine chain reflecting the laws, pierced through his forehead. The protective light that appeared on his primordial spirit was instantly destroyed and directly turned into powder. If resistance is useful, then why do I need to have overwhelming strength? Gu Changa looked calm. The realm he displayed was still the strength of the Emperor realm, but the moves he used had obviously surpassed this level. Of course, he did not display too shocking. It was enough to control the power to kill a true immortal realm existence. This is Gu Changa's true strength? Gu Xian was stunned by this scene. She had always wanted to surpass Gu Changa and have other goals. However, she really did not expect Gu Changa's strength to have reached such a level. What sword technique was this? Its power was so terrifying, it was as if it was born to kill. Dead, a young supreme being was killed just like that. Many of the sea creatures were stunned. When they reacted, they became extremely frightened. After all, this young supreme being in front of them was an existence in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. However, in the hands of Gu Changa, he was killed in an instant, and even his primordial spirit was destroyed. This kind of means really frightened them. As a young supreme being, he had many life-saving methods, but he did not even have the chance to use them before he was killed by Gu Changa. What did this mean? It meant that Gu Changa's current strength had actually exceeded the level that they could resist at present. With such a terrifying sword technique in hand, who would dare to approach easily? The sword chi that fell was boundless, as if it could drown everything. It's actually a sword technique that can borrow the power of rules, At this moment, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace could not help but be shocked. The power of rules was something that only saints could come into contact with, but now it was displayed in the hands of Gu Changa. This made her feel cold all over, and her primordial spirit trembled slightly. Young supreme beings had many trump cards, but she really did not expect that Gu Changa still had such an incredible means hidden. In her opinion, Gu Changa had definitely mastered an incomparably terrifying sword technique. Such power was no longer something that they could resist. At this time, unless she used the same power, there was no way to resist. She reckoned that ordinary true gods would be killed by Gu Changa's casual sword chi. To support this terrifying sword technique, Gu Changa's body must have consumed a lot of energy. He won't be able to hold on for long. I still have a chance. I can take the opportunity to kill him. Seeing that the female supreme being from the mermaid dragon clan resisted for a while, but it was completely useless. Soon, in despair and unwillingness, Gu Changa's sword light pierced through her body. The light in her eyes dimmed, and her life was extinguished. At this moment, the seventh princess had no choice. Her expression gradually turned ferocious. If she did not kill Gu Changa would kill her. Boom! Kill! Her figure transformed into a golden divine flame that swept through a hazy light. Her spear swept horizontally, turning into a massive golden light hole that could kill everything. That was her powerful Dao technique. At the same time, she summoned a small scarlet cauldron. The moment she opened the lid of the cauldron, a torrential flame surged out. It contained wisps of law power that turned into divine chains that could burn everything. A replica of the Scarlet Sun Cauldron. Gu Changa raised his brows and recognized the cauldron. It was an extremely famous supreme weapon replica of the Ocean Monarch Palace. The divine fire within it contained wisps of law power. However, he did not care. It was just a replica. No matter how strong it was, it could only be unleashed at the true god realm in the hands of the seventh princess. Soon, in front of the shocked gazes of many cultivators, the battle between Gu Changa and the seventh princess erupted. All of a sudden, resplendent splendor appeared. The mountain peaks all collapsed, turning into fine dust. It was as if many stars had exploded. The brilliance was so dazzling that all the cultivators could not help but close their eyes. The next moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, the replica of the Crimson Sun Cauldron was blasted out. A blue-haired figure flew out, covered in blood. She was in an extremely sorry state as half of her body was shattered. Her expression was full of disbelief and horror. Why? The seventh princess's expression was even a little frightened and could not believe it. Just now, she and Gu Changa clashed head-on. Even with her strong physique, she could not withstand it, and half of her body exploded. Moreover, even the Crimson Sun Cauldron was blown away by Gu Changa's vast sword chi in the end. The power of law contained in it could not contend against him. She thought that Gu Changa's spiritual power was almost drained by that terrifying sword technique, but it was not. It did not even have the slightest effect. She could not help but be frightened, because I'm much stronger than you, by a lot. Gu Changa's expression was slightly playful. When his figure reappeared, he had already landed in front of the seventh princess's face that was twisted with unwillingness. Bang! He lifted her up. Her originally pretty face was now like a ferocious ghost. Gu Changa, if you dare to kill me! She no longer had the attitude of a princess. Now, she was extremely afraid of death. Her Dao heart had completely collapsed the moment she lost to Gu Changa. I won't kill you, Gu Changa interrupted casually. Then he sealed the seventh princess's cultivation and threw her in front of Gu Xian, who was still in a state of shock. He smiled thoughtfully and said, Xian I'll hand her over to you. It's up to you whether to kill her or not. He threw this question directly to Gu Xian. Chapter 136. Bang! The seventh princess' hair was disheveled, and her body was covered in blood. Her face was like a ferocious ghost. Her cultivation was sealed by Gu Changa, and she was thrown in front of Gu Xian. This scene caused the fighting in the surroundings to suddenly become deathly silent. The seventh princess lost. All the sea tribes were trembling in fear. At this moment, they felt as if the sky had collapsed. They couldn't believe it. They were terrified to the extreme. The invincible seventh princess could not find an opponent in the sea tribe. Her talent was so terrifying that few could match her. But she had just been born, and now she was defeated? She suffered the first crushing defeat in her life. She might even die here. After all, the number of young supreme martial artists who died in Gu Changa's hands was not small. He would not let the seventh princess go. Everyone knew that Gu Changa would be very powerful because his battle record was achieved by killing. But they did not expect Gu Changa to be so strong. They were terrified and even desperate. Master has the potential of a true immortal. He is destined to stand at the top and look down on the millions of worlds in the sea. How can a mere seventh princess of the Ocean Palace be his opponent? Among the cultivators who were fighting, a creature that looked like a yiksha smiled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore the sea tribe creature in front of him in half. Blood rained down, and it was extremely cruel. His words, even more so, made the ocean race's faces turn pale, all of the color draining from their faces. They clenched their teeth and began to tremble. The sea tribe formation that shrouded the sky also dissipated at this time. A strong smell of blood wafted. This place was extremely tragic. Corpses were everywhere. Most of them were the corpses of the sea tribe. All the cultivators who watched the battle were terrified. There was no doubt that what happened here today would cause a great sensation and a great earthquake. It would shake the entire immortal ancient continent and make many young supreme martial artists tremble in fear. The powerful and indifferent seventh princess of the Ocean Palace chased after Gu Changa's sister. At the critical moment, Gu Changa appeared and killed a group of sea tribe creatures. Even the seventh princess was defeated on the spot. No one knew what level Gu Changa's true strength had reached. Even the seventh princess had been easily crushed by him. He had killed her with a lift of his hand. His strength was peerless. From the beginning to the end, no one had seen his true strength. This was what shocked the younger generation the most, because they simply could not guess Gu Changa's true strength. I'm afraid he has already entered the ranks of the taboo. Since ancient times, only those who have surpassed the top of the young supremes and entered the nirvana realm can be called the young taboo. A taboo for young people. How heavy are these 4 words? A cultivator couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. He was extremely respectful towards Gu Changa. Young taboo existences needed to be proven by their battle prowess. They would definitely become taboo existences in the future. Among the many supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the upper realm, there might only be one such person every few 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. And without a doubt, Gu Changa's current appearance caused all of the cultivators to tremble in fear. A taboo for young people. This was not something that could become a young taboo with great talent. It required tyrannical strength to prove it. What's more, one's battle prowess had to be maintained at the level of fighting 2 realms higher. In front of a young taboo, a young supremacy was just an ant that could be destroyed with a lift of the hand. Gu Changa's terrifying battle prowess in this battle was not the performance of a young taboo, was it not? This made all of the cultivators' scalps numb. They even said that their mouths were dry and they could not speak. A young taboo. How many years has it been since I heard this word? Now the young master of the Gu clan seems to have entered this realm. Many of the cultivators' voices were trembling. It was completely caused by reverence and fear. Once this news was spread, what kind of earthquake and waves would it cause? They had already expected it. Unless there were other young people who had entered the taboo realm, Gu Changa would be a terrifying mountain that stretched across everyone's heads. Gu Changa, you're leaving her to me to deal with? At this time, in front of Gu Changa, Gu Xian, who was still in shock, could not help but ask with a trace of disbelief. The seventh princess, whose cultivation had been sealed, had been so casually thrown in front of her by Gu Changa. It was as if he had thrown away a rag. Without her cultivation, she was like a venomous snake without its fangs. No matter how fierce she was, she had no lethality at all. At this moment, Gu Xian-er's beautiful eyes could not stop blinking. The suspicion in her eyes grew stronger. Something was wrong. Although she was touched that Gu Changa had rushed to save her, with Gu Changa's character, it was very likely that there was a problem here. Gu Xian, is this how you treat your savior? Gu Changa looked at her and could not help but ask with a faint smile. The delicate and flawless porcelain face was still very pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked a little haggard. Gu Changa, do you think I will thank you? Don't even think about it. Without you, I can still be safe and sound. Humph. Gu Xian regained her cold and arrogant expression. She looked like she was asking for a beating. She was clearly overjoyed and overjoyed before. Even the feelings of loss that she had felt for so many days were swept away. But in front of Gu Changa, she was still unwilling to admit defeat. She was not even willing to say thank you. After all, Gu Changa was her biggest enemy, and what she said was the truth. Even if Gu Changa did not come, she had the means to leave safely. You're really asking for a beating. Gu Xian, did you forget the lesson from that day? Gu Changa withdrew his smile and casually glanced at her. His desire to throw her into the latrine pit and suppress her for 3 to 5 years grew stronger. It would have been better if this matter was not mentioned. Once this matter was mentioned, Gu Xian felt ashamed and resentful. Although only she, Yu Mingkong, and Gu Changa were present that day, the only person who dared to hit her like this, since she was young, was Gu Changa. Don't be so smug. One day, I will press you to the ground and rub you. I will let you know what it feels like. Her small face was filled with anger as she softly muttered. Towards Gu Changa, she no longer had the hatred that she had when she left Peach Village. Now, this complicated feeling made her worried. Gu Xian did not understand what this feeling was. Sure enough, Third Shizhuan was right. Good-looking men were all tigers. Gu Xian, you're itching for a beating, right? With your little skills, you want to press me to the ground and rub me? Although Gu Xian said this very softly, how could it escape Gu Changa's ears? His taunting skills had always been at full capacity. Even the great elder of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was almost fuming with anger because of him. Wouldn't this silly girl make him so angry that he stomped his feet? At that moment, Gu Changa opened his mouth. His words were cold and merciless. If you want revenge, then prove it to me. Don't make me look down on you. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to follow behind me like before. When Gu Xian heard this, the expression on her small face froze. She remembered how she used to follow behind Gu Changa when she was young. She was very clingy. At that time, Gu Changa was very cold and did not even want to pay attention to her. This made her very hurt, but she still followed him obediently. When she thought of this, Gu Xian fell silent. If she had heard this before she left Peach Village, she would have been furious and filled with murderous intent. But now, she did not feel much hatred. On the contrary, she was very calm. So calm that she found it hard to believe. Combined with some of Gu Changa's actions, there was definitely some secret in the past that no one knew. Back then, all the members of the Gu family liked her very much. But Gu Changa was cold and distant. Now that Gu Xian thought about it, she felt that it was very strange. Could it be that Gu Changa did it on purpose? It was just so that he could be more ruthless when he dug out her Dao bone. So why did he do it at that time? He did not kill her directly, but left her with a chance to live. Now he was acting like he was deliberately provoking her so that she would hate him. It had to be said that Gu Xian'er's imagination was very shocking. She was analyzing all kinds of things. Back at the Wushan peak of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Chang'e had almost lost his life because of that strike. He was clearly very strong, so he could easily dodge and block it. After that, Gu Chang'e's actions were cold and distant. He saw her as if she was a stranger. But why did he appear to save her when she was in danger? Wasn't this contradictory? Gu Chang'e, don't think that you can hide this from me forever. I will find out what happened back then. Then I will take my revenge and defeat you fair and square. At this time, Gu Xian'er stared unblinkingly at Gu Chang'e. She was certain that he was hiding some unknown secret. Gu Xian'er, you think too much. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e only glanced at her indifferently. However, seeing Gu Chang'e's expression, Gu Xian'er was even more certain that Gu Chang'e was right. Gu Chang'e's expression was natural, but he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He could guess Gu Xian'er's thoughts. After all, everything was within his expectations and plans. At this time, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The daughter of luck, Gu Xian'er's attitude has changed. Luck points increase by 1,000. Fate points increase by 5,000. Asking for fresh flowers. This made Gu Chang'e's smile become somewhat thought-provoking. She was still a silly girl, just a little trick, and she was confused and disoriented. He really didn't know how her teachers could rest assured that she would come out to take revenge. Gu Chang'e, what should we do with her? Gu Xian'er then looked at the flustered Princess Qi in front of her and asked. She wanted to listen to Gu Chang'e's opinion. She thought that she had thought it through. Her opinion of Gu Chang'e had changed a lot. When she spoke, there was no longer a strong sense of hostility. What should you call me? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at her. He was usually very accommodating to Gu Xian'er, but he also had a bottom line. He wasn't to the point where he would let Gu Xian'er ride on his head and shit and pee. This was the time to let her know the order of seniority. But now, what made Gu Chang'e a little surprised was that Gu Xian'er's luck points were still increasing even though she was being hunted down. Could it be that this arrogant and supercilious guy actually had a rare talent? Maybe his sudden appearance interrupted Gu Xian'er's good opportunity to break through. Gu Chang'e naturally had the intention to nurture Gu Xian'er, but from the current situation, it was best to let her develop on her own. It wasn't a bad thing to have more training. Of course, bullying her was also an interesting thing to do. She was obviously very angry, but she put on a helpless expression. Gu Chang'e was considering whether to arrange some opportunities for her in the future. For example, to put the blame on her, help her create some enemies or something. When the time came and she really couldn't win, he would appear and be a hero saving the beauty. Gu Chang'e, you're dreaming. Don't even think of making me call you brother. Gu Xian'er heard this and looked indifferent. She felt as if she had grasped Gu Chang'e's life in an instant, but for some reason she felt a chill. Could it be that someone was secretly preparing to harm her? Gu Chang'e didn't care. He looked at her with a playful expression and said, It's up to you whether to kill her or not. I'm handing her over to you. Naturally, I won't care anymore. He said it very simply, but in reality there were several aspects to consider. This seventh princess was obviously a level-up experience point specially prepared for Gu Xian'er. If he couldn't take it now, then he would take it in the future. So no matter what, Gu Xian'er would face today's situation. He threw the problem to her because he wanted to conveniently put the Ocean Palace's anger on her. The masters behind her wouldn't just sit by and watch. And who told this girl to use his tiger skin as a banner before, drawing a wave of hatred for him? Not teaching her a lesson was already a result of Gu Chang'e's magnanimity. How could he let Gu Xian'er trick him? Humph, I knew you didn't have good intentions for saving me. Gu Xian'er snorted from his nose. She also understood Gu Chang'e's meaning. The Ocean Palace was a supreme force that ruled countless sea clans. Gu Changa definitely didn't intend to take the blame for killing the seventh princess. He was equivalent to being extremely benevolent. So, when the time came for revenge, the Ocean Palace would still find trouble with her. Gu Changa, this guy, still had a bad heart. I came all the way here to save you, but you despise me. Gu Xian, you really make me bitterly disappointed. At this time, Gu Changa had the leisure to tease her a little. His expression didn't show the slightest embarrassment of being exposed. Sometimes he was very naive, but sometimes he was very cunning. Really, it made people want to bully him. Seventh princess, you see what I said was right. If you dare to touch me, all of you will die. At this time, Gu Xian looked at the pale-faced, frightened, and even desperate seventh princess in front of him. His expression was calm, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. The seventh princess was unwilling and desperate and kept begging for mercy. At this time, she didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogance she had when she came. She had been knocked off her pedestal by Gu Changa, and her Taoist heart had collapsed. Although she still had the last life-saving treasure, but her cultivation was sealed, and there was no possibility of using it. Now it was a dead end. The immortal ancient continent opened, and the younger generation fought. Naturally, the winner would live, and the loser would die. It's too late. When you wanted to kill me, you should have thought of this. Gu Xian, his expression didn't change. A black broadsword appeared, and the broadsword light broke through the air, directly chopping down. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace died. Chapter 137. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The black blade broke through everything and directly destroyed the seventh princess's primordial spirit. Although Gu Xian repeatedly suffered losses when facing Gu Changa under the guidance of the old monsters, her true nature was extremely decisive. At this time, there was no need to show mercy. The Ocean Palace was so against her, and the seventh princess had been chasing her for so long. How could she not kill her? Soon the seventh princess died. Her body turned into a huge golden sea fish. Her body was filled with bits of divine will. There were many black and white stripes. It looked like she had the blood of the Kuan Pong. Fortunately, she's not in human form. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat her. Then Gu Xian looked calm and composed. In front of Gu Changa, she directly used the black blade to dissect and cut the meat on the spot. She was familiar with this kind of thing. It was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. After the seventh princess died, she turned into a huge body. In her eyes, she was a piece of good food and material. Gu Changa looked at her with interest. He did not interrupt. Over the years, Gu Xian had many masters to teach her. She seemed to have an invincible background and many divine objects. But in fact, her real wealth was not comparable to some young supreme martial artists. So the first thing she did was to put the seventh princess's storage ring into her pocket. It was as if she was afraid that Gu Changa would snatch it. Look at your poor appearance. I can't stand it anymore. Gu Changa could not help but shake his head with a regretful expression, according to the normal plot. At this time, he should see that Gu Xian was poor and pitiful. He simply took out some good things to relieve her. But Gu Changa did not have the slightest self-awareness in this regard. Instead, he looked like he was going to poke at her sore spot. Hearing this, Gu Xian glanced at him. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Her white and delicate hands scratched the fish corpse. Then she took out a piece of bright rune bone that was intertwined with golden and black brilliance. She threw it directly in front of Gu Changa. She said in a tone that was asking for a beating, "Here, this is your favorite bone to dig." Gu Changa looked at her. Gu Xian was not afraid of him at all. He looked straight at him. His expression was very calm, and there was even a smug smile on his face. Seeing that she was asking for a beating, Guchanga naturally chose to grant her wish. It was the same as last time. The palm pressed down like a golden five-finger mountain. Gu Xian's awakened immortal bones immediately quieted down, as if its flames were being suppressed. Pa! Guchanga, sooner or later, I will return everything to you. Gu Xian was once again ashamed and resentful. His face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and he gritted his teeth. But at this time, Guchanga was too lazy to care about her. He led his followers and left. Gu Xian was once again suppressed by the golden palm. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. Although this was the result of her deliberately provoking Guchanga, it was too embarrassing to be casually suppressed. The moment she broke free, she looked in the direction where Guchanga had left. She madly cursed Guchanga in her heart. She hoped that he would choke to death on drinking water and go crazy in seclusion. At this time, many of the cultivators in the vicinity did not dare to approach. They only dared to watch from afar. They were still in shock. If only I could find the latrine! In the air, Guchanga still had a regretful expression on his face. He really wanted to throw Gu Xian into the latrine to be suppressed for 3 to 5 years. If a sister was not to be bullied, then what was the use of it? It was best to let a woman of luck like Gu Xian grow up freely. She had her own destiny. Guchanga was too lazy to interfere. Then he checked his current attributes panel. After all, this time he had earned 5,000 points. It was not a small sum. Owner, Guchanga. Halo, Destined Villain. Weapon, 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd. Identity, True Disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Young Master of the Longevity Gu Family. Body Constitution, Demonic Heart and Tao Bone. Cultivation, Advanced Emperor, True Cultivation. Peak Heavenly God. Techniques and Abilities, Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, 8th level, 90%. Myriad Demonic Body, Innate Talent. Innate Divine Will, Innate Talent. Void Power, Innate Talent. Transcendence, Innate Talent. Immortal Devouring Demonic Art, Endless Immortal Mantra. Destiny Points, 20,000 Luck Points, 3,500 Black. System Store Unlocked. Inventory, Boundary Breaking Talisman X1, Restriction Breaking Talisman X1, Luck Plunder Card X3. I haven't added points in a long time. My cultivation is indeed a little low now. Guchanga glanced at the progress of his Tao Heaven Immortal Manuscript. He did not want to waste time on cultivation, so this time he wanted to save time. His cultivation broke through a big realm in one go. He directly increased his points to the initial Void God realm. For the time being, this realm was enough for him. The Tao Heaven Immortal Manuscript had also reached the 9th level. In Guchanga's mind, there were many more secret skills and skills of the 9th level of the Tao Heaven Immortal Manuscript. With the support of his Transcendence talent, there was another qualitative leap. Next, Yiling, the scapegoat, should give me a surprise. Thinking of another matter, Guchanga could not help but reveal a strange expression. He sensed the aura that Yin-Mei had deliberately left for him and chased after it. Soon, the news of the 7th Princess of the Ocean Palace being defeated by Guchanga and then killed spread like a hurricane. It caused a strong sensation in various areas of the immortal ancient continent, causing a scene like an earthquake. All the younger generation who heard the news were shocked. Their eyes widened, and they stood rooted to the ground. Many people felt cold all over. In broad daylight, it was as if their skulls had been removed. Even their divine souls could not help but feel cold. After understanding the cause and effect, many cultivators fell into shock and silence. The cause of the matter was that the younger brother of the 7th Princess of the Ocean Palace had taken a fancy to a girl in Siam. He had bad intentions and was killed by her. In order to avenge her younger brother's death, the 7th Princess of the Ocean Palace sent a large number of sea creatures and even several young supreme beings to hunt down the girl in Siam. The true identity of the girl in cyan was related to the current successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Guchanga. The hunt lasted for several days. In the end, the Ocean Palace set up a sea tribe formation to seal off the world and stop the girl in cyan. Just when everyone thought that this was a massacre without any surprises, Li Yundong suddenly changed his mind. But the accident happened. Guchanga appeared and killed several young supreme beings with strong means. Even the seventh princess, who used many powerful skills, was defeated in one move and her Taoist heart collapsed. In the end, the seventh princess died here. The creatures and cultivators of the Ocean Palace were all annihilated. The scene was tragic. Blood drifted and spread for thousands of miles. In this battle, the strength that Guchanga displayed shocked everyone. The Forbidden Youth. When these 4 words spread, it was like a meteorite falling into the deep sea, setting off stormy waves. Even the young supreme beings who believed that they were invincible gasped and couldn't help but change their expressions. Although the cultivation base that Guchanga showed was at the late stage of the Emperor realm, even the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, who was known to be invincible and whose cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm, was defeated in an instant. This result caused a terrible wave. Many people guessed that Guchanga's true cultivation base was definitely not at the late stage of the Emperor realm. After all, no one saw his real trump card. The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was definitely at the top of the young supreme beings, especially her cultivation base, which had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. Looking at the younger generation, how many people had reached this stage? But in front of Guchanga, she had no resistance at all and was defeated in an instant. At that time, Guchanga was suspected to have mastered an extremely terrifying sword technique that contained absolute offensive sharpness. Many young supreme beings were directly killed by a wisp of sword chi. This matter also sent chills down the backs of many young supreme beings in the immortal ancient continent. They asked themselves if they had the slightest resistance against such means. Vaguely, Guchanga, who was a mountain above their heads, became heavier. Everyone was pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. The Forbidden Youth. Brother Gu's strength is simply terrifying. It's embarrassing to be compared with him. Outside an ancient cave residence that was spewing out immortal fog, a young man surrounded by 4 spirits and a divine halo heard the news. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Shock appeared on his face. It was Yi Langtian. During this period, he had just broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm. Now, facing the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, he was not very confident that he could win. But Guchanga could easily kill her. There was no need to say more about the gap between them. In the younger generation, except for the real Emperor's son or those ancient freaks who have been sealed for a long time, I'm afraid no one is Brother Gu's match. Yi Langtian couldn't help but sigh. It was not that his cultivation heart was unstable and he was afraid of Guchanga. It was because he knew very well that this gap was obviously not something that cultivation and talent could make up for. It was not unacceptable to recognize the reality and know the gap between them. Similar scenes were happening all over the place. There were many young people who came to the immortal ancient continent. There were many forces and orthodoxies in boundless heaven, not to mention the young people who came from other places. The news of Guchanga killing the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was obviously more shocking than the birth of a divine object. At the same time, in the eastern region of the immortal ancient continent, a shocking battle was also taking place. Large areas of mountains and lakes were turned into fine powder, and the aftermath shook thousands of miles. It was a fight between 2 women. One of them was wearing a loose robe, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Her face was as beautiful as a painting, and her hands were flawless. She waved her hand in the air, and there was a rumbling sound. There was a dazzling light that was extremely terrifying. Brilliant silver light bloomed in her hands, like silver vines that took root in the void. As the leaves flipped, The dazzling light was about to drown out everything. It was Yu Mingkong's powerful treasure skill, and it could even be called an emperor's skill, but now it was being resisted. Her expression was cold and deep, and she was slightly worried. Her moves were even more powerful. The cultivators nearby were shocked. It was as if an unparalleled empress was walking in the air, and her hands covered the universe, as if she was going to rule the world. Her opponent was a tall woman with dragon horns. She was pretty and wore simple clothes, but she had a wild and domineering aura. Her chi and blood were extremely terrifying, as if a young true dragon had reappeared. As she waved her arms, the void exploded. With a bang, it was as if a big hole had been broken open. Such a terrifying power made the cultivators tremble in fear. They suspected that if they approached, they would be turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's entire body was bathed in silver light. This world seemed to be under her control. Her hands were full of endless power, containing the power of heaven and earth, and it rumbled as if the world was smashing down. She did not dare to fight head-on with her opponent. At this time, she could only use exquisite techniques to fight her opponent. Crown Princess Mingkong is so powerful. She usually doesn't show her strength, but now her strength is simply shocking. The nearby cultivators could not help but be shocked. Yu Mingkong's domineering aura shocked everyone. Who could compete with her in a single thought? This is Crown Princess Mingkong's technique and technique. Young Master Gu is already strong enough, but I didn't expect his fiancée to be so powerful. Which young supreme martial artist is her opponent? Her face is so unfamiliar. She doesn't look like a supreme being from the outside world. Moreover, her cultivation has already broken through to the void spirit realm. This is simply unimaginable. Many spectating cultivators trembled in fear. It was not that they were cowards, but that what they saw was just too shocking. Yu Mingkong was already so powerful, but she still could not defeat the dragon-horned woman in front of her. Suddenly, a cultivator's eyes widened. He thought of something and could not help but gasp. This appearance, could it be the immortal ancient race? Didn't the immortal ancient race disappear a long time ago? No matter how vast the immortal ancient continent is, it is only a continent during the immortal ancient continent era. Could it be that the immortal ancient race still resides here? Hearing this, the people at the side also trembled, feeling that this was inconceivable. The immortal ancient race, as the name suggested, was a mysterious race that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. If this immortal ancient continent really existed, then the rest of the natives were very likely their subjects or slaves. The immortal ancient race had always been mysterious. The current 10,000 archaic races were more or less descendants of the immortal ancient race. From this, one could see how terrifying the immortal ancient race was. Of course, the main reason was that in this immortal ancient continent, the spiritual chi and opportunities were more abundant than many places in the outside world. If the immortal ancient race really existed here, the younger generation of the immortal ancient race would be much more powerful than the younger generation of the outside world. The dragon-horned woman in front of her seemed to be the best explanation. She looked to be in her early 20s, but her true cultivation was at the void god realm, even surpassing many young supreme beings in the outside world. Yu Mingkong naturally heard the words of the nearby cultivators. Her expression didn't change, but she already knew what was going on. As a reborn person, she naturally knew that the immortal ancient race did exist in the immortal ancient continent. And this dragon lady in front of her was one of the best of the younger generation of the immortal ancient race. Otherwise, she would not have been delayed for so long. Yu Mingkong did not expect to encounter the immortal ancient race here. The other party had real dragon blood flowing in her body, and her physical strength was extremely strong. And it was said that the cultivation of their ancestor, the primordial dragon, had surpassed the true immortal realm. As one of the best of the younger generation, the dragon lady's strength was obviously not weak. If it were any other supreme being, they would not be her match and would even be crushed. And Yu Mingkong also knew that in this immortal ancient continent there was a talented person called Long Tongue, who was known as the true dragon talent. His strength was extremely powerful, but he was extremely conceited, thinking that he was the second in the world, and no one dared to claim to be the first. In her previous life, he left this immortal ancient continent and went to the outside world to challenge geniuses, and he never lost. Then he disappeared without a trace. But in Yu Mingkong's opinion, the reason for Long Teng's disappearance was most likely because he met Guchanga. If it was not for the fact that there were too many cultivators and some of her techniques were not easy to use, how could she have delayed me for so long? Yu Mingkong could not help but frown. At this time, she still did not know about the news from Gu Xian, and she was a little worried. And at this time, the dragon lady in front of her suddenly spoke, using the language of the outside world. Outsider, your strength is not bad. If you and I were in the same realm, I might not be your opponent. I'll give you a chance. Submit to the current successor of our race, Lord Longtongue. He will appreciate a woman like you. P.S. There's an update. It's being edited. It will probably be a little late. Chapter 138. Lord Longtongue. Hearing the name, Yu Mingkong's cold eyes moved slightly, confirming the identity of the dragon girl in front of her. However, she still did not think much of it. The Longtongue, she knew, had a terrifying reputation in her previous life. He was the best among the younger generation. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, he was invincible. Even some ancient freaks who broke the seal could not defeat him. However, he disappeared in the end, as if he had disappeared from the world. It was a strange case. Many cultivators felt that it was a pity. They felt that with Long Ting's talent, it was not impossible for him to fight for the highest position in the future. However, he disappeared without a trace, which made people sigh. Many people felt that Long Tongue had entered some forbidden death zone, space crack, or world plane by mistake and was trapped or killed since then. However, in this life, Yu Mingkong felt that there was a high possibility that Long Tongue was killed by Guchanga. She still remembered that on a certain day in her previous life, Long Tongue was one of the names that Guchanga softly muttered. Guchanga had the immortal devouring demonic skill. How could he not be after Long Tongue's true dragon origin? According to his character, he would definitely not let Long Ting go. Buzz! Yu Mingkong's thoughts flew back. With a cold expression, she slapped down. The white jade palm print was sparkling and translucent. The Emperor technique was extremely powerful. On the surface, she showed that she was only in the middle stage of the immortal Emperor realm. However, the power that erupted had reached the level of the true immortal realm. Many cultivators nearby were shocked. It had to be said that if the dragon girl and Yu Mingkong were in the same realm, Yu Mingkong would definitely not be her match. The dragon girl's expression changed slightly. She relied on her strength and strong physical body to fight with Yu Mingkong. However, she was at a disadvantage. She used a powerful body technique. Radiance flowed and resisted the attack. Her figure kept retreating in the void. Lord Long Tongue asked me to gather many geniuses from the outside world. If you are willing to follow Lord Yu, he will be very happy. Only Lord Longting is qualified to have a woman like you. While fighting, Dragoness continued to guide Yu Mingkong patiently. A proud daughter of heaven like Yu Mingkong was extremely rare even in their immortal ancient remnant clan. It could even be said that he wouldn't see it for hundreds of thousands of years. The dragon race was lustful, and Long Ting had a perverted hobby for beauties of all races. Therefore, Long Nu was planning to capture the many proud daughters of heaven in the outside world this time and ask for credit in front of Lord Longting. She happened to see Yu Mingkong. As a woman, she found it hard to look away. She was a little moved. As a man, who could bear it? At that moment, she wanted to take down Yu Mingkong, but she didn't expect her to be so difficult to deal with. After fighting for half a day, she was still in a state of anxiety. Yu Mingkong's strength and beauty shocked her, and even made her envious. Dragoness also wanted to persuade Yu Mingkong. Using the language of the outside world that she was familiar with, she persuaded her. After all, Lord Longtang's talent could be said to be the most terrifying in their clan in 1,000,000 years. He surpassed his peers and was simply invincible. The elders in the clan even called him Lord Longtongue. In the future, he could fight for the title of True Dragon. True Dragon, that was a great existence that surpassed true immortal. Dragoness revered Longtongue to the extreme in her heart. It was a pity that her appearance couldn't enter Longtang's eyes. Pray that this sentence, "Don't let my fiancé hear it," at this time. Thinking of Longtang's experience in her previous life, Yu Mingkong couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Her originally cold expression couldn't help but flash with a hint of mockery. In front of Gu Changa, what did these so-called young supreme beings or ancient freaks count for? They didn't even have the qualifications to jump around. Fiancé? Dragoness heard this, and her expression changed drastically. She then said fiercely, "It seems that your fiancé is dead meat. No woman can escape from Lord Longtongue's desire." Yu Mingkong didn't care and was calm. She was only considering if she should reveal some tricks and kill this detestable dragoness. However, she didn't choose to do so. A mere dragoness was not worth it. Dragoness might have other tricks up her sleeve. At this time, Dragoness also knew that it would be difficult to take down Yu Mingkong, so she prepared to leave. She needed to report this matter to Lord Longtongue. The immortal ancient remnant clan ruled over many indigenous people in the immortal ancient continent. They already knew that there were young geniuses from the outside world coming in to train. The appearance of the immortal treasure was actually a hidden glory of an immortal item of the immortal ancient remnant clan. This was also their plan to attract many orthodoxies from the outside world to gather here. The immortal ancient continent had been closed for a long time. The younger generation of their generation should also go out and explore the world to broaden their horizons and show the might of the immortal ancient remnant clan. Longtongue was the leader of the younger generation of the immortal ancient remnant clan. Dragoness's strength couldn't even make it into the top 10. However, this also allowed her to look down on the young supremes of the outside world. After all, the spiritual energy and cultivation resources in the immortal ancient continent were more abundant than many orthodoxies in the outside world. Not to mention, there were many hidden opportunities here. For example, the supreme being stone inscriptions, the remains of boundary emperors, there were countless of them. This made the younger generation of the immortal ancient continent much stronger than the outside world. She even felt that Lord Longting didn't need to do anything himself to take down the younger generation in front of her. Longtongue, how long can he live in this life? Yu Mingkong watched Dragoness leave and didn't chase after her. Her expression was calm and deep. Most importantly, she knew that Dragoness was dead meat. However, will Gu Changa think that I'm deliberately attracting hatred for him? Yu Mingkong narrowed her eyes. At this time, she was guessing Gu Changa's thoughts based on his temperament. He probably won't care about Longting. At most, he'll see him as a prey. Although she had let down her guard against Gu Changa, she didn't really trust Gu Changa. Once bitten, twice shy, Yu Mingkong had her own thoughts. She knew that although her relationship with Gu Changa seemed to be much closer now, Gu Changa would reveal the forbidden devil technique, care about her opinion, give her artifacts, and even say things that moved her. However, all of this, in the end, it was because she was more useful to Gu Changa now. Yu Mingkong was very clear-headed. She wasn't completely confused by Gu Changa's current appearance. Of course, she hoped that she was just thinking too much. Everything she did in this life was to misunderstand Gu Changa. She also wanted to be a good wife by Gu Changa's side. She wanted to give birth to children for him, help him rule the world, look down on all races, and stand at the peak of the Great Tao. Of course, this was on the premise that there weren't any vixens who came looking for death. Gu Changa belonged to her alone. Xian Er's matter. Soon, Yu Mingkong remembered something important. Her expression changed slightly. She was a little worried. She rushed towards the place where Gu Xian was being chased. Many of her followers followed behind. It was a shocking sight. During this time, Yu Mingkong relied on her foresight to obtain many opportunities in advance. She even obtained an Emperor Dao inheritance. She was also planning to find an opportunity to break through to the Void God realm. On the surface, her cultivation level was at the Immortal Emperor realm. It was just to confuse others. It could be said that she had learned this from Gu Changsheng. Boom! Streaks of divine rainbows crushed the sky. Not long after, Yu Mingkong led a large number of practitioners and rushed to the area where Gu Xian was in the Ocean Palace. Along the way, she didn't see any practitioners. This made her a little puzzled. With Gu Changa's temperament, it was very likely that he wouldn't care about Gu Xian's life or death. Although she knew that Gu Xian was only scared but not in danger this time, and even had a breakthrough in cultivation at the critical moment. But as his future sister-in-law, how could she not be worried? However, the place in front of her was filled with a strong smell of blood. Many mountains and primeval forests had turned into dust, with large cracks, and collapsed to the ground. Princess, we seem to have heard something different. Young Master Changa, he just left here not long ago. The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was also killed by young Master Changa. Miss Yen, it's not a big deal. At the critical moment, young Master Changa appeared. All the creatures of the Ocean Palace were destroyed here. At this time, a female follower behind her went up and reported to Yu Mingkong respectfully. No wonder there is so much blood here. It turns out that he has been here. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was a little shocked. She reacted and nodded, relieved. There was a complicated emotion in her heart. This was something she never expected. Gu Changa would appear to save Gu Xian. Even the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was killed here. If she remembered correctly, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was finally killed by Gu Xian, and even suffered the revenge of the Ocean Palace. In this life, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace died so quickly. Even Gu Xian didn't encounter danger and had a breakthrough in cultivation. The differences between these trajectories were too great. Could it be that I really misunderstood Changa? What is his plan? Yu Mingkong rubbed her eyebrows. To be honest, at this moment, her thoughts were shaken. If one time was a coincidence, then what about 2 times? Or 3 times? Was it because of her experience in the previous life that she was too prejudiced against Gu Changa in this life? Prejudiced by first impressions, thinking that he had a different purpose? At this time, Yu Mingkong was doubting whether what she had experienced in the previous life was real or fake. If it was fake, then why did it feel so real? Every day and night, every expression and mood, everything was vivid and vivid in her mind. If it was real, then did it mean that this life was also an anomaly? Well, this matter will be clear sooner or later. What caused such a big difference between the Gu Changa in the previous life and the Gu Changa in this life? His attitude toward Xian is indeed very different. After what happened in the immortal ancient land, it seems that I have to find the right time to go to the longevity Gu family and ask Uncle Gu. Yu Mingkong then left the place. She was not willing to come to the immortal ancient land with only an empty god realm cultivation level. She had bigger ambitions. At the same time, in the east of the immortal ancient land, near the aboriginal relics, poof! A ray of black and white holy light that contained a strange power shot past. A terrifying beast in front of them instantly turned into a skeleton. It was extremely hideous. A handsome young man quickly took action and dealt with the ferocious beast in front of them. So strong. Brother Ye's strength is truly admirable. This scene caused the group of young men and women behind him to involuntarily exclaim in shock. They were full of admiration for the man in front of them, who was called Yi Lin. Before this, they had actually mocked the other party, saying that they had eyes but failed to see. Brother Ye's strength has really improved by leaps and bounds. In such a short time, you are about to break through the king realm, the lady in the feather coat, who was petite and had delicate facial features, exclaimed. That's right, killing an empty god realm beast in one hit. Many young supremes can't do that. A charming lady in a red dress with a shining fox tail said with a smile. Her eyes were curved and she was very attractive. Hearing this, the young man in front of them smiled even more satisfactorily. After all, this was the purpose of him taking the initiative to show his strength in front of everyone. What was the point of not showing off? If not showing off, how could he capture the heart of a beauty? All along the way, they saw majestic mountains and lush, ancient forests. They covered the sky and were as thick as dozens of people hugging each other. The branches were intertwined. This place was even more shrouded in celestial fog. Clouds were rising and rosy. It was full of vitality and celestial intent. Many powerful auras were hidden in the mountains and relics. Magical powers were intertwined and dazzling. There were auras of battles everywhere. Some ancient artifacts appeared and shone brightly. Some ancient herbs emitted a medicinal fragrance that spread for thousands of miles. Many cultivators were fighting for them. Even many heaven god realm beasts appeared. When they attacked, terrifying waves of energy shot up into the sky and shook the heavens. This was a chaotic battle. Whether it was the cultivators from the outside world or the powerful native creatures, they were all fighting. However, under Yi Ling's lead, they gained a lot of things. They even turned misfortune into blessings and arrived here without encountering any danger. Old Turtle 587. Do you think the thing that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left for me is really here? Why would it be in the native area? With my current strength, wouldn't I be courting death if I went? At this time, Yi Ling looked at the outline of the city in the distance. It was a bit difficult. He was asking the old ghost in his pendant. Where else do you think it would be? Yi Ling, the heavenly lord, is a figure from the immortal ancient era and is skilled in the power of time. The thing that he left for you has naturally been calculated. There are many powerhouses ahead, but you are the successor of the heavenly lord. Why don't you have the courage? The old turtle in the pendant looked resentful. Hearing this, Yi Ling was slightly relieved. After all, the old turtle was sometimes very reliable and would not cheat him. However, at this time, he could not let others know about the thing that involved the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Yi Ling would not take the initiative to expose the secret. Otherwise, when the time came, he would definitely become a fat piece of meat that would alarm many powerhouses to snatch. Thinking of this, Yi Ling's idea was simple. He gave Yin Mei and Qi Ling a look. To him, the two women were not outsiders. Qi Ling and Yin Mei also understood, and immediately waved their hands to dismiss the group of followers. Yi Ling, what's the matter? Qi Ling asked. In fact, she did not understand why Yi Ling took the initiative to lead them to this place. I need to go to the ruins ahead to do something. If you trust me, you can sneak in with me, Yi Ling said seriously. The two women had many tricks up their sleeves. In fact, it would be easier to take care of them with him. Yin Mei's eyes moved slightly and said without hesitation, I trust you. In fact, she already knew that at this time, Gu Changa had already arrived and was not far from her. Because of the magic bottle of passage, Gu Changa could directly give some of his orders to her. Seeing that Yin Mei trusted him so much, Yi Ling was instantly touched. Sneaking into the territory of the natives of a mortal ancient continent would be very dangerous. Yin Mei did not hesitate at all. This showed her trust in him. Soon, Qi Ling also chose to agree. She indeed trusted Yi Ling's character. At that moment, Yi Ling began to tell them about his plans and arrangements for sneaking into the ruins. At this time, Gu Changa's figure appeared on another mountain peak. He looked at the ruins from afar and smiled strangely. Following the trail left by Yin Mei, He naturally found it very quickly. Moreover, this time, he did not bring any followers with him. After all, at this time, it would be stupid to be high-profile. According to Ian May's report, Yi Ling's opportunity should be hidden here. However, before that, he still needs some time to sneak in. This period of time is enough for me to find the ancestral tomb first and settle everything. Thinking of this, the void in front of Gu Changa buzzed and became blurry. He stepped into it and disappeared instantly. With the experience from the last time, it was much easier to familiarize himself with it this time. Chapter 139. Gu Changa's plan was very simple. He was going to explore all the ancestral tombs in the ruins. He would have no problem breaking through to the Divine King realm. He even felt that when he left the immortal ancient continent, it would be easy for him to condense the consciousness of the Holy Land and become a quasi-sage. With the help of the Transcendence talent, his control of the rules and order would reach a deeper level. It would be easy for him to control the rules and use the power of heaven and earth. Of course, before that, he would have to explore all the ancestral tombs in the ruins of the immortal ancient continent. After all, this place was different from the outside world. Even if he was discovered, he had someone to take the blame for him. If this happened in the outside world, there would be an uproar. If Gu Changa wanted to continue developing in secret, it would be very troublesome. Although on the surface, he had Yi Ling to take the blame for him, in the end he had to be prepared. I'm afraid this trip to the immortal ancient continent will give me some experience in robbing tombs, Gu Changa muttered casually. Soon, a divine concealment talisman appeared in his hand. A hazy brilliance shrouded him and the talismans intertwined. His entire body was hidden in the void. He quickly entered it and headed for the relic in front of him. Although he had only done this once, he was already very familiar with it. Maybe it was because of his talent. Then he avoided many areas with strong auras. Gu Changa walked in the void. Along the way, many palaces and pavilions were old and dilapidated. He also reached the depths. It was a place shrouded in fog. It was like gray starlight flowing here. Many mountains of different sizes stood in the middle. They were greenish-brown and filled with various colors of light. Suddenly, the void trembled. Poof! Along with two drum-like sounds. Blood splattered everywhere. The eyes of the two creatures in charge of guarding the mausoleum suddenly widened. They were filled with fear and shock as they felt a chill between their eyebrows. Then, the brilliance in their eyes disappeared. A bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows, penetrating from the front to the back. A ray of sword light flashed, and their primordial spirits were broken. They died instantly. Gu Changa retracted his finger and walked out of the void with a natural expression. He walked past them. After a while, the two bodies fell to the ground. With his current strength, he could easily get rid of these two beings who were only in the quasi-saint realm. With his void talent, he could easily get close without making a sound. After devouring the White Tiger clan's Gung Metal Innate skill, it transformed the power of law of the endless immortal art into a peerless offensive sword chi. Even a true sage would be frightened by such an attack. No wonder so many people like to use swords. As long as it's cool, Gu Changa's expression was casual. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the mausoleum in front of him. He was slightly satisfied. This was not a very big mausoleum, but it was very neat and tidy. The tombs were of different sizes. Even though it was ancient and filled with the aura of time, one could see how prosperous this place was in the past. Many powerful existences were buried here, forming such a large mausoleum. Some tombs cracked open, and dazzling light gushed out from them with a single glance. Gu Changa knew that this was the essence of the ancient corpses. At this moment, it was like a tsunami, surging violently. He couldn't help but smile. It was really a huge amount of cultivation resources that made people envious. It doesn't seem like an ordinary mausoleum. Is this the tomb of a prodigy? Noticing the words on a tombstone in front of him, Gu Changa was suddenly a little surprised. The mausoleum he found was not the ancestral tomb, but the ancient tomb of a prodigy. He walked past one tombstone after another. He could even feel the powerful aura and monstrous battle intent left behind by the prodigies. He had to admit that even he could feel the strength of this group of people in the past. There's so many good things in the immortal ancient continent. Those who can be called prodigies are all extraordinary. It must be even more so during Immortal Elder's time. Guchanga felt an unyielding battle intent on a tombstone. It seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. 100 Taboo Battle Body, Chun Kei, Divine Dragon King Yuan Su, Sky Tyrant Divine Blood. Walking past the tombstones, Guchanga recognized some ancient handwriting among them. Of course, he was not curious about this group of prodigies. They were already dead and could not achieve the highest. What was the use of a battle intent that could pierce the heavens? They still had to die. In Guchanga's eyes, these were all cultivation resources for him. Buzz. Soon he sat there cross-legged. A black light appeared behind him, turning into a pitch-black great Tao treasure bottle. Under the dusky sky, the sun, moon, and stars dimmed. Then, a corner of the dark clouds seemed to split open. Countless rays of the sun, moon, and stars fell from there, illuminating the ground below and enveloping Guchanga. His skin seemed to be made of supreme immortal jade, sparkling and translucent. One could even see the bones flowing with black light. However, there was also a will of indestructibility when the world was destroyed and immortality when the myriad worlds collapsed. The tombstones cracked open, and the corpses of the ancient prodigies were laid out one after another. There were both men and women. All of them had prominent horns, different shapes, different robes, and different dynasties. They displayed powerful talents and rushed to the horizon. They floated under the starlight. The great Tao treasure bottle swallowed everything, refining all the energy into Guchanga's body. His essence spirit and cultivation base were both rising rapidly. Just as Guchanga had reached the deepest part of the relic and started to refine and absorb the remaining essence of the ancient corpses, Yiling and the rest were still outside the city. They were frowning and thinking of all sorts of ways to sneak in without being discovered. Qiling and Yin Mei had also instructed their followers to stay here and wait for them to return. After the immortal ancient continent was opened, a large number of cultivators from the outside world came in, causing a great impact to the natives. Therefore, these gathering places would not allow cultivators from the outside world to approach easily. Once they saw them, it would be a battle to the death. Of course, there were also many daring young people who would take the huge risk to go to these gathering places, wanting to steal the various ancient techniques of the immortal ancient continent. Crimson Spirit, this is too dangerous. Although Yi Lin is not weak, you have infiltrated the gathering place of the natives. There are heavenly gods, divine kings, and demi-saints among them. You should reconsider this matter. At this moment, one of the followers beside Crimson Spirit spoke up. Among them, a handsome man with a beautiful face and peacock feathers couldn't help but frown and say. His name was Kong Yang, a young genius of the peacock tribe. He had once lost to Qiling in one move and became her follower, but in fact he was also an admirer of Qiling. He was not much weaker than Qiling. However, he was willing to become her follower, which showed his intentions. Qiling had to pretend that she did not see this. I believe in Yi Lin's strength. Let's not talk about this. When the time comes, you stay here. If something happens to us, you can run away. Qiling shook her head and said directly. She trusted Yiling and did not think that he would do anything stupid. He must have his own reasons. Hearing this, Kong Yang frowned and said, Qiling, why did Yi Lin want to go to the city relic? He did not say anything about it, but now he wants you to trust him. What if he wants to harm you? In my opinion, he definitely knows that there is an opportunity hidden there. That's why he brought us all the way here. He did not care about the rest, but he brought the two of you. What is his intention? Previously, he had expressed his dissatisfaction and disdain towards Yi Ling. However, he had been humiliated by Yi Ling in front of Qi Ling. The grudge between the two was formed. Along the way, he had been secretly observing Yi Ling's behavior and found that he had been strange and hiding many secrets. Most importantly, Yi Ling always had an instinct to avoid danger. It was as if he knew in advance what kind of danger he would encounter. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Ling had always had a goal and had been planning for a long time. Otherwise, why would he be so familiar with it and have everything under control? Only all of them were kept in the dark by Yi Ling and had no idea. Kong Yang did not want Qi Ling to be fooled by Yi Ling. However, Qi Ling's next words made him clench his fists and teeth. He was very unwilling. Kong Yang, your worries are unnecessary. I trust Yi Lin's character. Qi Ling shook her head. The expression on her cold and arrogant face did not change. She would not be swayed by what others said. Then, she left directly to discuss matters with Yi Ling. Damn it. Yi Lin, you really deserve to die. I'd like to see what your purpose is. Kong Yang's expression was ugly and a little livid. He stared in Yi Ling's direction, anger and coldness appearing. If there was no other purpose, why would Yi Ling be so sure that there was something he wanted in the ruins of the city? On the other side, Yi Ling and the old ghost in the pendant discussed for a while and had an idea. According to what the old ghost said, there is indeed a 70% chance. I didn't expect the power of reincarnation to be involved in such a mysterious thing. It can be used as a pathfinder. Yi Ling was overjoyed. The old tortoise in his pendant had a strange expression at the moment and muttered to himself in his heart. Forget it. The Heavenly Venerable One left behind the Enlightenment platform for many reasons. Moreover, the Guardians should still be here. If the process goes smoothly, they should choose to submit to Yi Ling, but if it doesn't, it'll be a little bad. The old tortoise did not know much, but it knew that this was a test for Yi Ling by the ancient Heavenly Venerable of reincarnation. If he could pass this test, he would obtain an extremely powerful support. Yi Ling, let's go. At this moment, a charming voice sounded. Yin Mei also walked over, her steps light and graceful like a lotus. She had already instructed a group of followers. She had a charming smile on her face, and her eyes were curved, looking extremely bright and beautiful. Yi Ling was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and chuckled. When Qi Ling saw the scene, she could not help but frown. Speaking of which, Yin Mei was the fiancée of Yi Ling's late brother by Lai. Now, Yi Ling had such an attitude towards Yin Mei. She did not say anything, but she could not help but shake her head in her heart. Compared to when she first met Yi Ling, the current Yi Ling gave her an indescribable feeling. Did Bai Lai's death have anything to do with Yi Ling? At this moment, she suddenly fell into deep confusion. Could it be that Bai Lai was murdered by Yi Ling and Yin Mei together? Otherwise, why would the two of them secretly flirt with each other along the way? In her opinion, Yi Ling did seem to have a different kind of feeling towards Yin Mei. Otherwise, he would not have risked exposing himself to save her when he saw her in danger. Most importantly, Yi Ling did not care or respect his sworn brother, Bai Lai, who had always thought highly of him and helped him a lot in his cultivation. Instead, it was as if he could not wait for Bai Lai to die. This made Qi Ling's trust in Yi Ling all this time doubt and shake. Qi Ling, why are you in a daze? We have to go. Suddenly, Yi Ling's voice interrupted Qi Ling's thoughts and made her come back to her senses. This matter should be left for later. After all, Yi Ling did not have any ill intentions towards her. At that moment, the three of them turned into divine rainbows and stealthily moved towards the large ruins in front of them. At the same time, Yi Ling took out a pitch-black stone talisman. Waves of runes flashed on it and landed in the surroundings, enveloping their figures and landing in another direction. This can hide our aura. As long as we keep a low profile, ordinary creatures will not be able to detect us. Yi Ling said to Yin Mei and Qi Ling, who were behind him. He naturally noticed Yin Mei's expression just now. He did not want to explain anything. After all, he was now certain that Yin Mei had feelings for him, and he did the same for Yin Mei. The two of them loved each other. Even if by Lai's spirit in heaven knew about it, he would at most sigh and would not blame anything. Yi Ling did not think that his thinking was wrong. He was so outstanding. Wasn't it normal to attract the hearts of so many talented girls? Yi Ling just wanted to give them someone to rely on. Just as Yi Ling and the rest were stealthily moving towards the ruins. In the city, inside an incomparably majestic ancient hall, a turbulent and surging aura filled the hall. Several elders with strange patterns on their bodies were gathered together. In their eyes, the stars were destroyed and fell, the sea was turned to ashes, and all kinds of terrifying visions appeared. Their auras were very powerful. The weakest one was a quasi-saint, but they did not look like humans. They either had wings, vertical eyes on their foreheads, or were completely black all over. Some were golden all over, as if they were made of immortal gold. However, the only similarity between them was that there was a strange rune flickering on their hands. If one looked closely, they would find that the rune was fluctuating up and down. It was extremely mysterious. Chapter 140. The successor of the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign, has appeared. At that moment, an old woman with snake-like eyes spoke. Her voice was so cold that it made one's scalp go numb. She also had a rune in her hand that was flickering with brilliance. "That's why I gathered everyone here," said a tall old man. Another tall old man said. He had a pair of goat horns and gave off a sage-like aura. However, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with coldness. The other old men nodded and said coldly, "It seems that the prophecy is true. He's here to take away what the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign, left behind." I didn't expect that so much time had passed. I thought that the slave imprint was just an ancient rumor and no one could verify its authenticity. I didn't expect it to appear today. It's unbelievable. An old man with an eagle beak said with a gloomy expression. He felt an absolute suppression from the depths of his soul. The rune on his arm was burning hot. It was as if it was branded on his arm and could not be erased no matter what. It had not appeared for so many years. They even thought that the existence of the slave imprint was just a rumor and did not believe it was true. At first, everyone thought so. However, today they were shocked when they sensed the existence of the rune. The absolute, suppressive power within could easily determine their life and death. That was the slave imprint. It could suppress all of them. The slave imprint was planted in the depths of their bloodline and had been passed down from their ancestors until now. After knowing the truth of the matter, they were shocked, angry, and in disbelief. The only thing they wanted to do now was to kill the successor of the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign. Their respective ancestors were all extremely powerful characters. Even the clan that ruled the central part of the immortal ancient continent and had the bloodline of the true dragon had to be respectful to them. Even when facing their ancestors, they had to be polite, not daring to underestimate them. However, in the end, no one expected that their ancestors would be suppressed by the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign and have a slave imprint planted in their bloodline and soul. They would protect what he left for his successor for generations. Now that the successor of the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign, had appeared and approached, they immediately became vigilant. After all, no one would be willing to suddenly submit to a stranger whom they had never even met before. Take him as their master and give everything to him. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Unless he was an idiot. Therefore, they had all rushed over to discuss how to resolve this matter. No matter what method they used, the successor of the ancient celestial reincarnation had to die in the end. The reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign's Tao Comprehension Stone, has been in the hands of our families for many years. Who would be willing to give it up? There is even a rumor that the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign's cave abode may be hidden nearby, and it contains many of the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign's treasures and secrets. Perhaps the key to this cave abode lies with that successor. 590, the elders' faces revealed radiance as they discussed among themselves, discussing how to seize this cave dwelling. The reincarnation, heavenly sovereign's relic, naturally belonged to them. A descendant that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What was that? How dare they covet their treasures? The descendant of the reincarnation, heavenly sovereign, should be from the outside world. He shouldn't be too old. According to the agreement of the old antiques, the strength of the younger generation should be at most empty God realm. That is to say, the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign is only that strong. As long as he dares to come here, he will not be able to return, and he will be buried here. At this point, the elders could not help but smile coldly. They had already predicted the outcome. Due to the slave seal, it might be difficult for them to take action. However, they could still send others to take action. When the time came, they would set up a trap and wait for the successor to come to their deaths. After all, over the years, they had quite a number of affiliated clans. Finding some heavenly god realm or divine king realm existences was a piece of cake for them. Keep a close eye on those unfamiliar faces, especially those from the outside world. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The elders then started to give out orders. As the orders were passed down, the entire ruins were put under martial law. Only by killing the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign would they have a chance to regain their freedom. Boom! Very soon, the clouds shot up into the sky and terrifying auras surged out in all directions. Many powerful auras appeared in the sky and started to patrol the surroundings for any suspicious figures. At this moment, a large number of local living beings gathered in the area near the ruins. They had been instructed by the elders to set up a trap and capture someone. What's going on? Have we been discovered? Yi Ling, who was leading Crimson Spirit and Yin Mei stealthily near the ruins, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He felt several powerful auras pass by above his head. Powerful divine senses swept in all directions, as if they wanted to crush everything. This made him fearful. If not for his courage and experience, he would have been able to remain calm. At this moment, he would probably have retreated. Why are there so many experts suddenly appearing? Are they looking for something? Crimson Spirit frowned. The figure that passed over their heads just now was at least at the heavenly god realm. Unless they used special means, they could have died tragically in his hands. I don't know. Could it be because of me? Our whereabouts have been exposed, but we have hidden so well that it is impossible for them to be exposed. Or is it just a coincidence? Yi Ling was puzzled. He did not think about his identity. At this moment, Old Tortoise in his pendant seemed to be deep in thought. His expression was a little cold. Apparently, he had thought of something. They look like they are going to capture someone. Yin Mei suddenly had a look of worry on her face. Looking at her expression, Yi Ling thought that she was worried about him. He could not help but turn around and smile. Yin Mei, maybe I am overthinking this. It is just a coincidence that we ran into each other. It has nothing to do with me. Yin Mei shook her head and did not say anything. The worry on her face did not diminish. She was naturally not worried about Yi Ling. She did not care about what he said at all. So many experts had suddenly been alarmed. Even heavenly gods had appeared and were searching near the ruins as if they were looking for someone. This made her subconsciously think of Gu Changa. After all, she knew about Gu Changa's current movements. It was very likely that he had already infiltrated into the depths of the ruins long before they had arrived. So, could it be that Gu Changa's purpose had been exposed? In this way, the native creatures here would be enraged and want to search for Gu Changa's traces? Yin Mei could not help but worry. Speaking of which, if Gu Changa died here, she might be able to unseal her seal. She should be happy. But why was she so worried about Gu Changa? Moreover, according to Gu Changa's instructions, she was to secretly sow discord between Yi Ling and Qi Ling. At the critical moment when Yi Ling infiltrated here, She was to accidentally surprise him and attract the other experts. Such an order was tantamount to playing with her life. It was the kind of order that could cause her to lose her life if she was not careful. After all, when she attracted the experts and exposed their tracks, she would also be in an extremely dangerous situation. However, since it was Gu Changa's order, she could not do anything about it. Why should she worry about such a cold and heartless person? Little Yi listened carefully. These guys are definitely coming for you. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice suddenly sounded from Yi Ling's pendant. This made Yi Ling's expression stiffen. Coming for him? What did that mean? Yi Ling's mind was a little confused. The Heavenly Lord left you good things, but he also left you a test. There are guardians guarding the Heavenly Lord's remains. If you can't pass the test, you won't be able to obtain these things. Moreover, he may fall here. Old Tortoise explained. Hearing this, Yi Ling's head hurt, and he could not help but curse. Why didn't you say this earlier? Why did you have to tell me now? Aren't you harming me? The Heavenly Lord, too. Couldn't he have left a good opportunity? Why did he have to make such a messy test? Of course, he was only complaining. He was not that shameless. After all, he had already obtained the inheritance of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara and many opportunities. At this time, he was in a difficult position and could only bite the bullet and go. At this time, Yinmei also noticed the change in Yi Ling's expression, and her heart skipped a beat. It seems that these people are coming for him. She heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, the three of them continued on their way. Compared to the last time, they were more careful and stealthy, constantly avoiding the figures in the sky. Yi Ling knew that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left the enlightenment platform for him, was made of reincarnation stone, and was extremely mysterious. The reincarnation stone contained the laws of time and reincarnation, and the power of time was the strongest attribute on par with space. Yi Ling was naturally very tempted. Now, your only way is to rely on the Heavenly Lord's inheritance to find the cave abode he left for you. There is a way to subdue the enlightenment platform. Old Tortoise began to speak to Yi Ling from the pendant, guiding him to break out of the situation. Otherwise, with Yi Ling's current strength, it was impossible to contend with the Guardians. Yi Ling had to think of a way to obtain the Guardians' recognition. This was his only chance in this test. Even Old Tortoise did not know that the so-called Guardian's bloodline was actually subdued by the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara's slave seal. They were not willing to submit. Hearing this, Yi Ling gritted his teeth and a surge of determination surged in his heart. I must get these. Otherwise, how can I seek revenge on Gu Changa? He is the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Thinking of the face of Gu Changa, his great enemy, endless strength and confidence surged in his heart. After leaving the mausoleum, Gu Changa's figure was still hidden in the void and did not really appear. Thanks to the corpses of the ancient prodigies, his cultivation had been greatly improved, and he had even obtained some rare origin source. Middle stage, Divine King realm. Gu Changa felt that if she were to face a true sage, she would have the power to fight head-on. If it was a sneak attack, it would not be difficult to kill a sage cultivator. This was only Gu Changa's minimum estimate. Although a sage's every move contained the power to collapse stars, it was unbelievably powerful. That was because they controlled the power of the rules. To cultivators below the sage realm, it was absolutely suppressive and difficult to contend against. Even the most talented young primes would find it hard to contend against a true demi-saint when they were divine kings. A true mortal could kill a sage because they had controlled some kind of power that surpassed their current realm in advance. Currently, his apparent cultivation was at the early stage of the void god realm. This was already an unattainable height for the younger generation. Therefore, Gu Changa did not intend to continue breaking through. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Everything had a limit. If the cultivation he revealed was too unbelievable, it would definitely draw the attention of those old geezers. They had lived for too long and had seen all kinds of monsters. Given Gu Changa's talent, reaching the early stage of the Void God realm at such a young age was a reasonable thing. He didn't want to draw unnecessary trouble to himself. After all, he was very different from the others. He walked the path of immortal and demonic cultivation. On the surface, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon was to mislead others. When the time came, even if someone investigated his origin source, it would be difficult to discover anything unusual. This was because he was indeed cultivating the orthodox Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, and the secret immortal devouring demonic art was his foundation. Apart from himself, who knew his true strength, enemies who had seen his true strength were all dead. Speaking of which, according to the route provided by Mei, it won't be a problem for me to find Ling. However, the entire ruins are now alarmed. Could it be that Ling's traces have been discovered? Soon, Gu Changa, who was traveling through the void, frowned. He felt that he might have overestimated Ling's ability. Had his whereabouts been discovered so quickly? If he died here, how could he continue to take the blame for him? No, these creatures are searching aimlessly. In fact, they don't know what they are looking for. However, Gu Changa soon noticed something strange. He narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, not many people knew that Ling was the successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara. Apart from him and Yuminkong, who else could it be? No matter how stupid Ling was, he knew that this kind of thing could not be exposed. These ruins contain the things that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara left for Ling. However, according to the usual pattern, there would usually be a test or something. Could this be a test for Ling? Gu Changa quickly thought of the key point. He did not know if his guess was right. Buzz! The void trembled and some ripples spread out. Gu Changa noticed that a heavenly deity realm creature was currently searching around him. Immediately, he stepped forward in the void and traveled quickly. At this time, even a saint would find it difficult to detect the fluctuations. Gu Changa could not help but click his tongue. As expected, the void talent was tyrannical. It was no wonder that, in ancient times, there was a slayer with the void body. It was said that he had assassinated a perfected immortal and almost succeeded. Shuttling through the void seemed to be one. It was like a fish in water or a bird returning to the forest. Of course, this was only the lowest level of use of spatial power. Who is it? Suddenly, the tall creature that was searching through the various stone forests felt a chill all over its body. It was as if it was being stared at from behind by a terrifying existence. Even its soul was frozen. It was extremely frightened. Just as it was about to turn its head, it found that there were ripples spreading in the void in front of it. Suddenly, a white-robed man with a casual expression walked out. "Shoo, don't make a sound or you'll die." Gu Changa smiled casually. The next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of it and kept expanding. The tall creature was stunned for a moment, terrifying symbols appearing in its eyes. The next moment, it was shocked and terrified. It was directly swallowed by the expanding crack and did not even have time to react. Gu Changa's figure also turned and disappeared into the void. Everything that happened just now seemed to be just an illusion. No one noticed that a heavenly deity realm existence had suddenly vanished from the world without a trace. It was like a stone thrown into the deep sea. There was no sound in an instant. "Where is this? Who are you?" Buzz! On the peak of a mountain in the inner world. The tall figure was thrown to the ground by Gu Changa. It looked at Gu Changa in horror and kept shouting as if it had encountered the most terrifying existence. As a heavenly god who looked down on true gods, he could wipe out a city with a raise of his hand. However, before it could react, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in another space. This made it terrified and shocked. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Even a saint could not use it. Even the power of heaven and earth could not be used like this. Could it be the space domain? It felt cold all over. This young man in front of it, who was obviously from the outside world, was too terrifying. Gu Changa was naturally worried that it would attract the attention of other creatures if it was too loud. That was why he brought it to the inner world. After all, as his strength increased, the upper limit of the inner world would naturally increase as well. It was not a problem to accommodate a heavenly god at all. I want to know a few things. Gu Changa said casually. What things? If I know, I'll definitely tell you. The tall creature hurriedly said in horror. In this place, it could not sense any other aura. It was like an ant under the gaze of the heavenly axiom, humble and insignificant. No need, I'm used to doing it myself. As Gu Changa said, he directly chose to search its soul. A jet black radiance appeared on his palm, like millions of black threads. He immediately covered this creature's forehead, so it was an order from the elders. I didn't expect such an interesting thing to be hidden. Slave seal, celestial venerable cave abode. This treasure-seeking mouse has never disappointed me. A moment later, Gu Changa ended its pain, and there was a faint expression on his face. Chapter 141. Gu Changa never thought that she would be able to obtain so much information from a random heavenly deity. The heavenly venerate of Samsara's hidden cave abode and enlightenment platform. However, he had guessed the slave seal based on the instructions of those elders. After combining some old tricks, he immediately deduced this result. After the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara suppressed the ancestors of this group of living beings, he did not kill them. Instead, he planted the slave seal and left them with a mission: to guard the treasure left by the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara for his successor. However, as time passed, they were bound to have second thoughts. Now, many powerful living beings were searching for Yi Ling and the others everywhere, which was the best proof. Although Gu Changa was also planning for Yi Ling's opportunity, he still planned to keep Yi Ling alive and take the blame for the taboo demonic technique. If he wanted to kill Yi Ling, it would not be now. However, Gu Changa already had a meticulous plan for what to do next. It just so happened that he could take advantage of this slave seal to make a fuss. Speaking of which, the enlightenment platform left by the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara does not belong to Yi Ling alone. Otherwise, these living beings would not have occupied it for so long and refused to let go. Gu Changa pondered for a while, then dealt with the corpses in the inner world and left. According to the results of the soul search, there were 5 major tribes near these ruins. Their ancestors were the slaves of the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara. Now, they were searching for Yi Ling. With Yi Ling's current ability, it's impossible for him to gain any advantage from the 5 major tribes. Since it's a test, they will definitely give Yi Ling a chance. These old things like to use these old tricks. In this day and age, who cares if you have a test when you're fighting for opportunities? Gu Changa could not help but sneer at this. For Yi Ling, now that he's going to find the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara's hidden cave abode, there should be a way to balance the 5 major tribes. Then he will use this to make the 5 major tribes submit and obtain a large amount of help. If I'm not wrong, this hidden cave abode should be a portable small world or something. I just don't know how it compares to my inner world. The ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara left all the good things for Yi Ling. But if you plan like this, you'll probably benefit me in the end. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes and smiled. For a moment, his expression was somewhat thought-provoking. He had more or less analyzed the cause and effect of the matter, as well as what would happen in the future. Yi Ling's next move was clearly to find the cave abode hidden by the Samsara ancient heavenly venerate. He would definitely not stop Yi Ling. On the contrary, he would give him some help so that it would be easier for him to find the hidden abode. Gu Changa did not have the leisure to go through this so-called test. He always liked to pick the last ripe fruit. I don't know how long this process will take, but I don't need to be anxious about placing Yimei by Yi Ling's side. Thinking of this, he was relieved. The void blurred as Gu Changa took a single step forward, traversing a distance of several thousand feet. He rapidly left this place and then left this region. His figure traveled through the void, quickly avoiding a large number of living beings. During this period of time, they passed by many ancient ruins and headed straight for the depths of the city. In terms of scale, this city was not small at all compared to the ancient cities in the outside world. In some aspects, it was even superior. The pavilion was vast and tall, appearing incomparably majestic. There was a majestic aura in front of him that exuded an ancient aura, describing the glory of the past. According to the memories of that heavenly god realm living being, among the 5 clans, the Grand Elder of the Black Sky Eagle clan is in charge. His cultivation has already reached the absolute Saint Realm. In the void blurred, Gu Changa's figure was faintly discernible. He swept his gaze over below with a calm expression. There were many living beings here, and there were also many guards. Many places were also engraved with extremely powerful formation patterns that were vast and mighty. If activated, they could easily kill existences below the god realm. In addition, there were many void god realm commanders patrolling everywhere. The Black Sky Eagle clan's Grand Elder should be hidden in the depths. His cultivation has surpassed the absolute Saint Realm, and it's even possible that he has reached the quasi-supreme realm. If I choose to fight head-on, it might cause a lot of trouble. It's very likely that my identity will be exposed. Gu Changa's gaze was somewhat thoughtful. Naturally, he had a plan and was very confident. At this time, unlike the outside world, it was difficult for him to casually use his terrifying background to crush others. Although it was convenient and fast to suppress others with power, it also depended on the time. Now that the Enlightenment platform is controlled by the Black Sky Eagle clan, it seems that I have to start from the Black Sky Eagle clan and do something. Soon he thought of this. The void blurred. Gu Changa walked with his hands behind his back. His figure flashed and directly left this place. He was heading toward an extremely lively pavilion with living beings coming and going. There were 3 words written in immortal ancient characters: Drunken Immortal Pavilion. According to the memories of that heavenly god realm existence, he could choose to target the weakness of the Black Sky Eagle clan's Grand Elder from here. At this time, on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, in a dazzling private room surrounded by immortal mist, a few young creatures were talking. Their appearances did not look like humans. They were shrouded in precious light, and their clothes were extraordinary. The youth at the very center was surrounded by several people. In his arms was a foreign race girl whose appearance wasn't bad. He was dressed in embroidered clothes, his face pale, looking extremely frivolous. He had a pair of pitch-black wings that flowed with dark light, as if he was a giant eagle spreading its wings. Right now, these people were currently conversing in immortal ancient language. One of the young women's appearance was pretty, her skin like jade, but she had a snake tail. She opened her mouth, asking curiously, "What exactly happened in the city recently? Why are so many people startled? So many experts were actually moved out, so many heavenly deity realm existences even appearing. I saw that they seemed to be searching for something. Could it be that cultivators from the outside world ran over to our side? That is quite possible. The cultivators from the outside world are truly daring, even daring to trespass into our city. They really don't want their lives anymore. Do they truly think that just because the older generation is not allowed to take action, they can preserve their lives?" Someone said with a laugh. Hearing this, another young creature said with some disdain, "If it wasn't because we had to abide by the immortal ancient agreement back then, we couldn't migrate to the outside world. How would those orthodoxies be able to do anything now?" They were quite familiar with this training, knowing that it was jointly organized by the immortal ancient remnant clans and the orthodoxies from the outside world. On the surface, it was a competition between the younger generation, but who could really guarantee that the older generation would not secretly interfere? However, since they dared to come to their gathering place, they had to be prepared to pay the appropriate price. The 5 great clans are all sending people to capture them. This time, it should not be a small matter. As they spoke, they looked at the man in embroidered clothes in the middle, their expressions somewhat flattering. Brother Hei Ming is still the best, having a heavenly deity realm follower. To think that we, the four hedonistic young masters, who have been unhindered for so many years, are still far inferior to you. The youth in embroidered clothes named Hei Ming sat in the middle. Hearing this, a somewhat smug expression flashed across his face. However, at this time he shook his head and said, "Commander Hei Yu is not by my side now. He was also sent out by my grandfather to search for all suspicious people from the outside world nearby, asking for fresh flowers." Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. Connecting the dots, they became more and more curious. The woman with the snake tail could not help but ask, "Brother Hei Ming, do you know what happened exactly? Why did the 5 great clans suddenly become like this? Why are they so paranoid?" After all, Hei Ming was the only direct descendant of the 5 great clans among them, coming from the Black Sky Eagle clan. He might know a lot more than them, although their identities were not simple. Compared to the direct descendant of the 5 great clans, they were far inferior. However, since Hei Ming could get along well with them, it could be seen that his identity and status were actually not that high. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the direct descendant of the 5 great clans looked down on them. However, compared to the rest of his peers in the Black Sky Eagle clan, Hei Ming's cultivation talent was mediocre, even a little bit useless. As a result, in this area, there were rumors of Hei Ming, the Black Sky Eagle clan's trash. Many living beings were secretly mocking him, and even some of the Black Sky Eagle clan members looked down on him indifferently, not taking him seriously. With the accumulation of various cultivation resources, Hei Ming now had the strength of the divine realm, and was far from even reaching the almighty realm. Zero other than embarrassing the Black Sky Eagle clan, it was still embarrassing. It was precisely because of this that Hei Ming, who was once very motivated and diligent in cultivation, gradually became depressed. After that, he drank to drown his sorrows and spent his days in the brothels. After that, he became the leader of the so-called 4 great profligate sons. Of course, although Hei Ming's experience sounded very tragic and sullen, almost causing Gu Chang'e to misunderstand something when he was searching the divine soul of that heavenly god realm creature. Did he encounter a ridiculous situation where he was slapped in the face by the trash again? But obviously this was not the case. Hei Ming's cultivation talent was ordinary, but he had another layer of background. His older sister was the Black Sky Eagle clan's most outstanding genius. His grandfather was the Black Sky Eagle clan's most influential great elder. Under this type of powerful background, even if he was just a hedonistic son who only knew how to stir up trouble, no one dared to say anything, and no one dared to provoke him. A harmless, hedonistic son. How great of a storm could he stir up? On the contrary, there were quite a few people who knelt down and licked his boots, wishing to get closer to the Black Sky Eagle clan. This was especially the case recently, when many creatures found out that Hei Ming's older sister seemed to have caught the eye of Immortal Ancient's true dragon clan's Lord Longtongue, her status rising even more. Even Hei Ming obtained a heavenly deity realm follower, immediately becoming incomparably awe-inspiring, making many young creatures endlessly envious. Immediately, when he heard this Snakeman race woman ask him, Hei Ming just put on an act and replied, saying, "I heard that this matter concerns the fate of the 5 great clans, extremely important." At that time, the elders of the other clans all hurried over to discuss. In reality, he didn't know what the reason was either. His status in the Black Sky Eagle clan was actually extremely awkward, like a transparent person. Apart from his older sister and grandfather, almost no one paid him any attention. Hei Ming actually didn't reveal anything on his face. However, he still had desire and ambition, wishing to become a brilliant heaven's pride like his older sister. His brilliance was dazzling, receiving the reverence of millions and millions. Right now, This group of young creatures who were currently chatting and laughing didn't notice at all. In the void beside them, there were faint ripples spreading. Even if it was a Saint Realm existence, there was no way they could sense this type of fluctuation. With their cultivation, this was even more so the case. Youngster, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become an existence above millions and millions? Suddenly, an indistinct voice entered He Ming's ears. 1000. Chapter 142. The moment he heard this, He Ming's eyes suddenly widened. With a trace of disbelief, he stood up abruptly. Even the beautiful foreign race woman in his arms fell to the ground with a terrified look on her face. Who's speaking? Who is it? He Ming suddenly shouted. He looked around in shock and scanned the private room. However, in the immortal mist, apart from him, everyone else was shocked and confused. It was as if they didn't hear the sentence. It was more like what he had just heard was just a hallucination. Brother He Ming, what's wrong? The other young people couldn't help but be shocked. Then they put on concerned expressions and asked. At this time, He Ming suddenly stood up and shouted such a sentence. They were all frightened. However, at this time, they still had to show their concern. He Ming was silent for a moment. Then he sat back down and said, I'm fine. He also thought that he had been too eager to become stronger recently. So at this time he had a hallucination. That voice was too illusory, and it was hard to track it down. It was as if it spoke out his heart. Seeing He Ming's worried and absent-minded appearance, the others knew that it was boring. After a few words, they hurriedly left. Today's He Ming seemed to be a little problematic. At this time, it was better to leave first. Soon, only He Ming was left sitting in the private room. His expression was still a little dazed and absent-minded. It was as if he hadn't come back to his senses. The departure of the others didn't affect him. For He Ming, this was the first time he heard the greatest desire in his heart. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become a supreme existence, respected by billions of people. At this time, in He Ming's mind, this illusory voice suddenly sounded again. Young man, do you want to become stronger? Become an existence respected by billions of people? It was cold and profound, making it difficult to distinguish its age. However, it didn't contain the slightest emotion. It was like a ruler overlooking all living beings from the 9 heavens. The source of this voice was unknown. It seemed to have a bewitching power, causing He Ming's eyes to widen again. There was a kind of disbelief and disbelief. Who is it? His voice trembled. His entire body was trembling. He Ming was sure that he had heard such a sentence. He wasn't hallucinating. This made him pleasantly surprised, excited as well as a trace of fear. Since ancient times, it was rumored that when one was not satisfied in life, 8 or 9 times out of 10, there would be a turn of events. Could it be that the dream that he had always longed for was finally going to come true today? Could it be that He Ming was finally going to hit the jackpot today, just like the main character in the rumored travelogues? Coincidentally, he met a mysterious and powerful senior. Acknowledge him as master and reach the pinnacle? At this moment, He Ming felt that this was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Only a senior with unfathomable cultivation would be able to pass words into his heart and speak his thoughts. He Ming did not doubt the other possibilities. After all, in the Black Sky Eagle clan, he was a dispensable, transparent person. Other than his grandfather and sister who would pay attention to him, the rest of the clan wouldn't give him a second glance. An ordinary living being with mediocre cultivation and talent, without any strong points at all. What senior must be blind to have designs on him? Therefore, He Ming was extremely excited and felt that he had hit the jackpot. Without even thinking, he knelt on the ground with a thud. He was extremely excited and agitated, saying with a trembling voice, Senior, I want. He Ming said, I want several times in a row. It could be seen that his heart was trembling and excited at this time. The longer this kind of ambition was suppressed, the more shocking the power when it erupted. In the void, Gu Changa watched this scene with interest and did not show himself. Through the divine soul memories of that celestial deity realm existence, he understood many things. The Black Sky Eagle clan's trash, young Master He Ming naturally had some understanding. Furthermore, combining He Ming's sorrowful, unwilling, and sullen appearance and connecting it to his tragic situation in the clan, Gu Changa could very easily guess He Ming's thoughts in his heart. He had a brilliant sister, but he just happened to be a trash with mediocre cultivation and talent. That kind of huge gap, who could bear it? It was just that this time, Gu Changa did not intend to play the role of an old grandpa or anything. This He Ming's luck was ordinary and just happened to be a chess piece that he could use. After all, an invisible person that no one would pay attention to was perfect to reduce attention to the greatest extent, making it easier to do things for him. For better or for worse, the Black Sky Eagle clan was a clan that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. As for how powerful their hidden backing was now, Gu Changa did not have much confidence in it. After all, what he wanted to scheme against right now was not only the ancient, heavenly, venerable Samsara's remains, but also the Black Sky Eagle clan, as well as the other 4 great clans. It sounded crazy, but it was not impossible. Right now, there were 2 choices in front of Gu Changa. One was to directly control He Ming and make him do things for him. However, the Devil Passage bottle was very precious, the refining process complicated and troublesome. He did not want to waste it on a piece of trash like He Ming. That was why Gu Changa chose the other method. After all, a few simple sentences were enough to fool him until he could not distinguish north from south. Of course, if He Ming became more useful in the future, Gu Changa did not mind planting the Devil Passage bottle on him. After entering this door, immortals and mortals are forever separated. The Yellow Springs is ancient, reincarnation difficult to reverse. Immediately, Gu Changa's voice sounded again, still carrying an indistinct immortal intent, mixed with a bit of bewitching demonic nature. Even if He Ming's will was several times more resolute, right now, it would still be difficult for him to resist this type of temptation. Strength, status, these were things all creatures in this world pursued. 1. Under his shock, an incomparably profound door opened before his eyes. It was resplendent, seemingly containing endless mysteries. When he reacted, he was incomparably overjoyed. He did not hesitate at all, directly entering this door. SSS. Then, the shocking scene that entered his eyes made He Ming's eyes widen. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath of air. This was simply unimaginable. A grand and dignified immortal palace towered above the clouds. Just a single pillar seemed to be able to support everything. He saw that he was at the center of a surging sea of primal chaos. The aura there was vast and terrifying. A single strand of primal chaos aura was enough to crush all space. When had he ever seen this type of shocking scene? He was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. At this moment, He Ming saw that at the peak of this immortal palace, there was a blurry and hazy figure sitting cross-legged. A true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise were lying on the ground, as if they were overlooking the ages, sitting on the reincarnation cycle. The long river of time surged under his feet, as if it could gather all the worlds in the universe. Young man, do you want to become stronger? At this moment, He Ming heard the blurry figure in front of him and looked at him. His eyes were very deep and vast, as if they contained the birth and death of all ages. Endless scenes appeared in his eyes. The universe was shattered, the heavens collapsed, the earth turned upside down, immortals died, emperors cried, thousands of things, reflecting time. At this moment, He Ming's spirit was almost blessed. He directly knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Yes, I want to become stronger." Junior He Ming greets Senior. He was already sure that the senior in front of him was an unbelievably powerful existence. He casually brought him to a world where he did not know where he was. Grand and sacred, filled with supreme majesty, Even immortals seemed to lose their brilliance in front of him. One look and one would know that this was an absolute powerhouse. Of course, Guchanga spent a lot of destiny points to create this appearance. Of course, this was the same as his idea of creating the Heaven's Court in the inner world. So, he decided to use it to trick this idiot. With such an effect, he did not believe that He Ming would not fall for it. "Rise, I know everything about you." Then Guchanga spoke. His voice was a bit teasing, but with the power of the laws, he created the feeling of the river of time shattering. He Ming was even more shocked. His entire body was shaking, and he couldn't even stand up. In front of such a great and supreme existence, he was far inferior to even an ant. What did he do to be able to meet such an existence? "Senior," He Ming spoke with a trembling voice. He was about to say that he wanted to become Gu Changa's disciple and that he wanted to become stronger. However, Gu Changa interrupted him. His voice was cold and emotionless. "I know everything about you. From the past to the present, everything is in my hands. You are a direct descendant of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Your parents are—" At that moment, Gu Changa repeated the information she had learned and even dissected He Ming's inner thoughts. Hearing this, He Ming was stunned. He could not help but suck in a cold breath. He was shocked to the extreme. This senior had only met him for the first time, and he knew everything about him. He did not dare to suspect that this senior had investigated him before. After all, he was a piece of trash. What was there to investigate? This was all because this senior knew everything. "Senior, how can I become stronger? Please give me some pointers." Then He Ming spoke emotionally and asked Guchanga for advice. He hoped that this powerful and mysterious senior could take him as a disciple. "I am the Supreme Zazai Emperor of the Sky Beyond Skies." At this time, Guchanga made up a name that he thought was cool. Anyway, the longer the better, and the more he could scare people. Of course, his excuse was full of loopholes and was not worth thinking about. How could there be such a supreme existence who would explain to an ant and say such a self-degrading introduction? However, in order to fit the fantasy in He Ming's heart, he did not mind doing this once. "Become my believer and recite my true name. You will see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if the world is destroyed, your true spirit will be left behind in the river of time." At this time, Guchanga said these words with a thought-provoking expression. It had to be said that such a pretentious statement was indeed very cool. "Recite my true name and see eternal life." He Ming's eyes widened. He was stunned to the extreme and could not be more shocked. Even a true immortal would not dare to say that he could see eternal life. But as long as he became the senior's believer, he could see eternal life? This was such a huge and terrifying aura. His mind was filled with such emotions, and he could not help but kneel down. "I am willing to become a believer of the supreme existence." At this moment, even the title of senior had become a supreme existence. After all, other than his life, he had nothing else. Therefore, He Ming was not worried that this supreme existence had any ulterior motives towards him. At this time, kneeling and licking his boots was enough. "As my believer, I will teach you." At this time, Guchanga saw that the time was about right and finally revealed his dagger. This was his ultimate goal. Buzz! As he spoke, he pointed with his hand. Suddenly two hazy brilliance appeared in front of him. It was extremely bright, like an immortal book from the 9 heavens. Seeing this scene, He Ming was even more excited. His face was red, and his whole body was trembling. "Thank you, Supreme Existence. I am willing to give everything to the Supreme Existence." With trembling hands, he received this hazy brilliance. With a bang, ancient and mysterious words, golden and dazzling, like majestic stars, they were imprinted into He Ming's sea of consciousness. In the end, for words as vast as life appeared. Wedding dress immortal technique. He Ming was so excited that he was about to go crazy. under Gu Changa's seemingly calm and indifferent expression. He was actually more interested. The full name of the wedding dress immortal technique was the wedding dress immortal art. Speaking of which, this was not a cultivation technique, but a secret technique of the immortal devouring demonic technique. Simply put, its specific function was to make others work for his disciple. With him as the sole source, many lines were released. Each line could be divided into many branches through the wedding dress immortal technique, forming a cobweb-like trajectory, and he could control all the branches and lines. Now, He Ming had become one of the lines. Gu Changa believed that with He Ming's ambition, he would quickly discover the power and terror of the wedding dress immortal technique. Once ambition swelled, it was difficult to retract it, and this was also the hope he gave He Ming. A single spark could start a prairie fire. If he could succeed, it would not take long for him to devour the 5 great immortal ancient clans. After all, compared to the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, the 5 great immortal ancient clans were not inferior at all. Chapter 143. Gu Changa still had high hopes for He Ming. Since ancient times, losers always produced miracles. If He Ming really managed to ignite this fire, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course. This was on the premise that such a loser didn't meet a great villain like him. Then again, even if He Ming failed, it wouldn't affect Gu Changa at all. Buzz. Then he pointed at the kneeling He Ming, and a ripple spread out in front of his eyes. He Ming, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt his vision turn black, as though he was being suppressed by a majestic force, and was instantly pushed out of this space. In the next moment, he was back in that private room, looking at this familiar scene, and then at his slightly trembling hands. It was like a dream. It was just a moment, but it felt like a lifetime ago. The pair of black wings on He Ming's back couldn't help flapping, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This is simply an unfathomable method. What kind of existence is this supreme being? I'm afraid it's beyond immortal. He Ming's voice trembled as he forced himself to calm down. Even he didn't notice that a small silver brilliance, like a pattern, was slowly disappearing in his eyes. The shifter immortal art looks like this is an immortal art specially prepared for me by the Supreme Being. He knows that my cultivation talent is mediocre. This is a technique that can ignore cultivation talent. As long as I let someone else successfully learn the shifter immortal art, I can have part of that person's talent and even share the results of their cultivation. This is unbelievable. This is too heaven-defying. He Ming's voice trembled and his eyes widened. He carefully studied the strength of the wedding dress immortal technique. His entire body trembled again, and even his spirit was trembling. What kind of terrifying and heaven-defying immortal art was this? If others found out, there would be unimaginable consequences. He Ming believed that only that Supreme Being could bestow such a heaven-defying immortal art upon his disciple. Thinking of this, He Ming felt a lingering fear, and a chill ran down his back. Such an effect had completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. If I had such a heaven-defying thing earlier, I wouldn't have to worry about my cultivation level being only at divine power level 21. Soon, after taking a few deep breaths, He Ming finally calmed down. He swore in his heart that the wedding dress immortal technique would never be exposed. Fortunately, the wedding dress part of the wedding dress immortal technique did not involve the risk of exposing its original use. This made He Ming calm down. However, I have to think of a way to try it first. I can't see anything strange about the wedding dress immortal technique. It's similar to normal cultivation techniques, but it's extremely profound and obscure. He Ming furrowed his brows and pondered seriously. He paced back and forth in the room. He quickly set his sights on a few of his followers, intending to test the effect first. He Ming didn't notice at all that the void behind him had become blurry, and there was a slightly playful gaze watching him. Then the space here trembled slightly. This line of sight quickly disappeared. Gu Changa left. He had tampered with the ball of light he had given Haiming. As long as he wanted to, he could see through Haiming's eyes at any time. He always liked to leave a few tricks up his sleeve. Even if it was useless, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. At this moment, Haiming also left the room excitedly. He called out to those outside the pavilion and prepared to return to the Black Sky Eagle tribe. In fact, his main target was his sister, Black-Faced Jade. He was full of ambition. After all, his sister's talent was recognized as the best among the 5 great immortal ancient tribes. Few could compare to her. Her bloodline had reverted to its ancestor, and she didn't have any external characteristics of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. Among the immortal ancient tribes in the immortal ancient continent, she could be ranked at the top. Her cultivation had now reached the middle stage of the empty god realm. If the effect of the wedding dress immortal technique is really that amazing, I can let my sister learn it. After all, there's no loss. Haiming didn't have much malice towards his sister now. Since young, he had lived under the halo and brilliance of his genius sister. He was just a good-for-nothing. At first, he was very resentful and unwilling to accept it. He didn't want to admit that he was her brother at all. To him, this wasn't something to be happy about. Instead, it was humiliating. However, now that he had the wedding dress immortal technique, he was certain that he would soon surpass his sister, Black-Faced Jade. After all, there was still a supreme being behind him. He was a loyal follower of that supreme being. Say his real name and you will gain eternal life. Haiming's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of this sentence. After that, Gu Changa temporarily put aside the matter of plotting against the 5 great tribes of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. After all, he had already laid out his chess pieces and arranged everything properly. He was not in a hurry. Now he could be an honest person behind the scenes and not show his face. When the time came, he could directly pluck the ripe fruit. Wouldn't that be better? Of course, Gu Changa wasn't going to ignore everything. He was now starting to consider Yi Ling's matter. Compared to Haiming, who was a good-for-nothing, he had personally created to rise against the natural order. In fact, Gu Changa wanted to know what the son of destiny, Yi Ling, was going to do next. Of course, before that, he had to find an opportunity to squeeze some benefits out of him. Otherwise, the means he had arranged on the successor of the Vermilion Bird tribe, Qiling, would be wasted. As for what means to use, of course it was to sow discord. People's hearts were the easiest to mess up. Regarding this, Gu Changa had long been familiar with it and knew it by heart. Just as Yu Minkong had said, Gu Changa had too many tricks up his sleeve. Yi Ling didn't know how many lifetimes of bad luck it was to offend him. At this time, it's time to create an accident for Yi Ling in Mei's role should also be put to use. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. Buzz! His figure flashed and left this place, hurrying to the other areas. The area of the ruins was very large. Except for the central area, which was the city, the rest of the area was mountains and ruins, as well as many collapsed mountains and lakes. Who knew where the reincarnation ancient lord had hidden the so-called celestial lord cave abode? Gu Changa had no intention of looking for it, nor did he have the time. During this period of time, he wanted to explore more ancestral tombs and break through to the Saint Realm as soon as possible. This was far more important than anything else. Then, Gu Changa began to search this gathering place. There were actually many tombs hidden in the thick mountain range. After all, this was a gathering place. From the immortal ancient era to the present, it had experienced at least a few epochs. Some ancient corpses had astonishing strength when they were alive, and even entered the quasi-supreme realm. Quasi-supreme realm and supreme realm could actually be called supreme realm existences, but there was still a great difference in essence. Between the two, there was a full 9 heavens. This was because the quasi-supreme realm was different from the other realms. It was not divided into 4 stages, but was divided into 9 heavens. At the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, a cultivator could be called a true supreme realm. At this time, one could truly look down on all life and death, with a lifespan of more than 1,000,000 years, almost immortal. For example, the heavenly primordial ancient Lord's body had been pierced by the 8 desolation demonic halberd. It had long been broken, and its essence and divinity had been lost. Even if Gu Changa devoured it, in fact, he didn't devour much. Moreover, some quasi-supreme realm corpses were likely to mutate, giving birth to all kinds of strange things. It was normal to be inauspicious in one's later years, covered in red hair. Just as Gu Changa, Yiling, and the others were wandering around these ruins, each busy with their own matters. The center of the immortal ancient continent was not calm either. Because of the intrusion of the outside world's younger generation, huge waves were stirred up. The true dragon race of the immortal ancient races called themselves the Emperor race, ruling over many immortal ancient races. However, the true dragon name was actually not true. They only had a portion of the true dragon's bloodline, and were not true dragon descendants. Even so, this race became the absolute overlord of the immortal ancient continent. Only a few races could be compared to them. At this time there was a rumbling sound. In a desolate mountain range where no one was, many mountain ridges suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, divine light surging. Under the sky, some creatures and ferocious beasts passing by did not have time to react and were blown into clouds of bloody mist. Then, an incomparably terrifying young figure, wearing a long green robe, looking extraordinarily handsome, walked out from within. At this moment he seemed to be standing under the sky. The scene behind him was shocking, involving the destruction of the universe, drying up all around. Numerous golden and real dragon shadows spiraled between heaven and earth, bursting out in all directions. He was like a true dragon appearing. The light in his eyes was even more terrifying, as if there were stars rotating within, easily crushing everything. 2 resplendent and sparkling dragon horns grew from his forehead, covered in light green dragon scales, possessing a terrifying divine might that could break through the sky and pierce through all nothingness. Just one look was enough to make one's heart palpitate and soul split. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, sir." At this time, large amounts of creatures appeared near the mountain range, congratulating the person in front. There were men and women, all of them with powerful auras, ancient and surging. Among these young female creatures, the weakest cultivation was at the immortal Emperor realm, many of them in the early stage of the void god realm, some even in the middle stage. Of course, the most important thing was that they were all extremely beautiful, moving to the extreme. Every frown and smile seemed to tug at one's heartstrings. "Rise, all of you," Long Tongue said calmly, seeming a bit different from the rumors. However, those who were familiar with him knew clearly this was his arrogance and confidence, regarding the world as nothing, and no one could enter his eyes. If he claimed to be the second, no one would dare to claim to be the first. The talent of a true dragon was not something that could be called just anyone. Moreover, Long Tongue was also using his own strength and talent to prove the truth of this sentence. Now his cultivation was already at the peak of the void god realm, just a little bit away from igniting the true dragon fire and becoming a true god. Just this cultivation alone was enough to make him look down on the world, and no one could be a match for him. Not to mention that he had the rainbow true dragon blood and many powerful abilities, etc. Ever since he was born, he could not even find a match for one of his palms, let alone defeat him. As a result, many dragon tribe elders suspected that Long Tongue was the reincarnation of a true dragon. However, later on, they found that other than Long Tongue's strength and talent, he was no different from ordinary dragon tribe elites in other aspects. Now, Long Tongue had already set his eyes on the elites of the other tribes, and there were already double digits. "How's the matter I asked you to do?" Long Tongue asked as he led his followers away from this place. He, who had been invincible since birth, had no interest in anything other than finding some peerless beauties. Therefore, when he heard that the immortal ancient continent was open to the outside world this time, and many elites from the outside world rushed in, Long Teng gave the order. He wanted to find those young female supremes, not to mention all the beauties in the world. How could he let go of those beautiful girls? Sir, according to your instructions, we have captured many elites from the outside world. Hearing this, the followers answered one after another. At the same time, a jade talisman appeared in their hands. Light flowed on it, and the faces of those elites appeared. Long Ting looked at it casually with a calm expression, as if he did not care. It was as if an emperor was selecting 3,000 concubines. Of course, that was Long Tongue's attitude. Based on the strength of his followers, it should not be a problem to take down the elites from the outside world. Although the immortal ancient continent was closed to the outside world, it was not that it had not been opened before. However, the result was the same every time. The cultivators from the outside world were not as strong as them. After all, 590 was the difference between heaven and earth. The immortal ancient era was called that because at that time true immortals would appear in the world. The rules of heaven and earth at that time were very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. The rules of heaven and earth of the immortal ancient continent preserved the environment of that time very well. There were many reasons that led to the cultivation of the younger generation from the outside world not being as strong as them. Otherwise, they would not care because they had the advantage of numbers. My lord, this time, I've found a peerless woman for you. That beauty is hard to find in a million years. At that moment, a woman with a flattering face came forward and said in front of Long Tongue. She was the dragon lady who chose to retreat after the battle with Yu Mingkong. She used a shadow recording stone to record the scene of the battle, and Yu Mingkong's face was in it. Hearing this, Long Teng also had a slightly interested expression as he said faintly, "Let me see." Buzz. Seeing this, the dragon lady flattered even more. A hazy brilliance appeared on the jade talisman in her hand. The rest of the creatures also looked curious and surrounded her. They also wanted to know what the dragon lady meant. She was so confident. Soon, the image appeared, and a peerless woman with fluttering black hair appeared. Although only a small part of her face could be seen, she was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and she was peerless. For a moment, the place fell into silence. Even Long Tongue's breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with amazement. What a picturesque beauty! Who is this woman? Where is she? Long Tongue asked directly, a big smile on his face. The dragon lady's flattery disappeared, and she said, "My lord, this woman's name is Yu Mingkong, from the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the outside world. She is the current Empress Dowager and has the bearing of an empress. She also has a fiancé from the Longevity Gu family in the outside world. At the same time, he is also the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. His identity is extraordinary, and he is known as a perfected immortal. He is extremely powerful." In order to claim credit, she had naturally investigated Yu Mingkong's background. With her methods, she only needed to capture a few young geniuses from the outside world and ask them. However, the information she knew was limited. Good. There is actually such a woman in this world. It seems that things are going to be interesting this time. When Long Tongue heard this, his eyes burned with joy. He was not anxious. After all, he was too strong and rarely had the chance to make a move. It just so happened that this time he could personally make a move to capture this beauty. As for that fiancé who sounded a little scary, with his strength, was there a need for him to care? If he wanted to stop him, he could just slap him to death when the time comes. Now that he was in the immortal ancient continent, no matter what his identity was in the outside world, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Long Ting did not care at all. Then he led a group of followers and headed to the area where the young geniuses from the outside world gathered. For a time, the various parts of the continent were in an uproar. Chapter 144. At the same time, outside the Black Sky Eagle clan's domain. Gu Changa, who was hiding in a ruin, was refining and devouring the essence of a saint-level ancient corpse. His ears twitched slightly, sensing the sounds of creatures approaching from outside. Moreover, he was also mentioned. Wang. Gu Changa took a step forward, suddenly appearing. A palm descended, directly suppressing the few young creatures who were discussing matters. Spare! Spare me! Their faces were full of fear and horror, some even almost pissing themselves. Gu Changa was too lazy to speak nonsense, directly searching their souls. And soon he obtained the information he wanted from these people's minds. During this period of time, he was equivalent to living in seclusion, so he didn't know what happened in the other regions. Dragon Race's inheritor Long Tongue wants to challenge me? He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a bit confused. He was still thinking that even he hadn't seen this Long Tongue before. So how did he mysteriously attract his attention? He even said he wanted to kill him, threatening to steal everything from him. Gu Changa's first reaction was that he encountered a retard. Then, combined with the information about Long Tongue from immortal ancient creatures, he quickly came to a conclusion. He was definitely tricked by Yu Mingkong. After Gu Xian was done tricking, it was Yu Mingkong's turn. Gu Changa felt like he was treating them too well, one after another drawing his anger. But this Long Teng's brain really has problems. Even Long Outyen isn't this arrogant, with the talent of a true dragon, wanting to steal everything from me. I'm afraid he didn't take the initiative to send me warmth. Gu Changa couldn't help but sneer, not caring about this kind of small matter at all. He already knew Long Teng's goal, which was to take a fancy to Yu Mingkong, planning to steal his fiancée. Yu Mingkong's other aspects aside, there was definitely nothing to say about her appearance and figure. Otherwise, Gu Changa wouldn't be so fond of her. There wasn't a man who wouldn't be moved after seeing her. Long Tongue, this kind of stallion template, was no exception. After all, no matter where and when, it was all about face. If Yu Mingkong was an ugly girl, Gu Changa would not be so nosy and indulge her. After squeezing all the useful value out of it, they would definitely throw it aside. Even though he wasn't a superficial person, he was a superficial person. Furthermore, he felt that he had already treated Yu Mingkong well enough. He did not have that much patience for other women. But this guy actually dared to secretly scheme against him. Gu Changa couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for her on account of her good performance a few days ago. But this Long Teng is courting death. Thinking of this, Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. It had always been him who coveted other people's things, but this Long Tongue was good. His guts were fat to this extent. Gu Changa also felt that he had been a bit low-key during this period of time. This group of immortal ancient creatures even dared to step on his face. Immediately, he closed his eyes slightly, and according to the wedding dress immortal art, the scene of the Black Sky Eagle clan's Heiming appeared in his mind, and he looked at his current progress. He was thinking that if there was time, he would first get rid of this eyesore Long Tongue. In the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory on a mountain peak, this was a dimly lit courtyard. A pair of black wings spread out behind Heiming. Black light flowed, flickering with a layer of bright and dark light. He was currently cultivating, and at this moment his expression was a bit fanatical as he muttered to himself, "I've only planted the wedding dress on 3 people, and it has already brought him such great benefits. Now, even if I cultivate by myself, my cultivation speed is several times faster than usual. It's too heaven-defying. With this cultivation method, I will soon surpass everyone and become an existence above everything." He was incomparably excited. He had already verified the terrifying power of the wedding dress immortal art. He only imparted the wedding dress portion of the cultivation method to his 3 followers. On the second day, he discovered that his cultivation talent had increased by a lot, and his cultivation had even broken through a small realm. In this way, it wouldn't be long before he could increase his cultivation and break through the almighty realm, and even beyond that, the Holy Lord realm, the Marquis realm. He would surpass his sister and become the #1 person in the younger generation of the clan. These were not problems. Therefore, He Ming had greater ambitions now. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, outside the courtyard, there was a knock on the door. He Ming's body flashed with radiance, and he hurriedly restrained his fluctuations. With a joyful expression, he strode forward to open the door. "Sister, you're here," said the young girl outside the courtyard, although she was He Ming's sister, looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white, with clouds surging around her, and her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She was dressed in a beautiful jade robe, and was as pure as a divine lotus. She was the current genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan, He Yenyu, and her cultivation had reached a very high level. "He Ming, why are you looking for me?" He Yenyu asked softly, towards this useless younger brother of hers. She did not have any extra feelings. After all, he was her younger brother from the same mother. She would usually take care of him, so that he would not be bullied by others. However, He Ming's cultivation talent was really not good. After so many years, with so many resources, it was hard for him to improve. This made her unable to do anything, so she was too lazy to care anymore and let him be a playboy. Today, He Ming said that he was looking for her, so He Yenyu took some time out to see what was the matter. "Big sister, come in quickly. I have something important to tell you." He Ming's expression was a bit serious. He looked left and right, and found that there was no one following behind He Yenyu, which made him feel relieved. According to the records, the part of the wedding dress immortal technique was not dangerous at all, and would not cause any harm to the cultivator. Instead, some of the insights were very profound, and involved the mystery of Tao. He was planning to pass this part of the technique to his sister. For him and He Yenyu, it was a win-win situation, killing many birds with one stone. Hearing this, He Yenyu followed He Ming to the courtyard with a puzzled expression. She asked, "He Ming, what's the matter? Did you get into trouble again?" She subconsciously thought that He Ming met with some trouble again, and needed her, his sister, to solve it. "Sister, that's not the reason. This time, I'm looking for you because I want to show you something good," He Ming said excitedly. He took out the manuscript of the wedding dress immortal technique, and casually found an excuse, saying that he found it in a stall by chance. "What is this? A divine ancient technique?" He Yenyu frowned, not believing it. At first, she did not really believe it. However, after the second and third glance fell on this technique, she could not move her eyes away. Her expression was even a bit surprised and shocked. "What a profound ancient technique. Your luck is actually so good." He Yenyu was shocked, and she could not hide the shock and joy on her face. At the same time, she was also a bit relieved. She did not treat He Ming so well for nothing. After obtaining such a profound ancient technique, he actually told her immediately, "Big sister, you should memorize this cultivation method. If it is really useful, you can pass it on to father, the elders, and the rest." He Ming also calmed down at this time. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and did not let himself show any abnormality. "He Ming, you are really considerate. The family treated you so well, and you actually gave this ancient technique to the family as your first reaction." At this time, He Yenyu was also a bit emotional. Her gaze towards He Ming was even more gentle. He Ming's actions today really made her, as his sister, admire him. "Sister, you also know that I am just a good-for-nothing with mediocre cultivation talent. It is a complete waste to leave this technique with me. It is better to give it to the family and let the family become stronger. This way, I can live better as a second-generation hedonist." He Ming said with a smile. He seemed to be calm, but more of it was self-deprecating. This scene made He Yenyu go silent for a while, and then sighed. "These years it has been hard on you. But He Ming, don't worry, I will tell father, grandfather, and the rest about this matter. The family will give you all the credit, not one less." With sister's words, I am relieved. Hei Ming heard this and nodded, looking very happy and satisfied. Then, the two of them talked about some things again. Hei Yanyu expressed her concern for Hei Ming, and then left the courtyard, intending to find the elders to discuss this matter. After all, it involved the overall strength of the family, and it could not be ignored. She faintly felt that this ancient technique was related to immortals. So, Hei Yanyu was also a bit excited. I did it. After seeing Hei Yanyu leave, Hei Ming, who was in the courtyard, finally could not help but reveal a look of wild joy, and his whole body trembled. He only needed to pass this ancient technique through his sister's hands, and then pass it on to the family. The rest of the family members who cultivated it would become his wedding dress. Thinking of this, Hei Ming could not help but reveal an excited smile. All this is thanks to the Supreme Existence. He was so emotional, and he was even more in awe of the Supreme Existence that he had only met once. Tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Changa, who was watching all this through Hei Ming's eyes, could not help but smile a little. His acting skills are really not bad. It seems that sometimes a good-for-nothing is still useful. Hei Ming actually had such plans and ambitions, and he really did not disappoint me. Gu Changa could not help but laugh, and he was very satisfied. All this was a pleasant surprise. Hei Ming performed exceptionally. After all, he was the source of the wedding dress immortal technique, and even Hei Ming was just a branch of it. With the branch that Hei Ming branched out, when the time came, life and death would be in his control. The wedding dress did not contain the slightest danger, and it would not affect the cultivator. Instead, it contained many mysteries, and the truth of Tao was the best bait. But the wedding dress, at the same time, it was also the thread that controlled their life and death. As long as Gu Changa's thoughts moved, he could instantly cut off this thread. If the thread was destroyed, the person would die. After all this was in his plan. When all the higher-ups of the Hei Tianing family become the wedding dress, it is also time for me to appear. At that time, the benefits will be much greater than searching for the ancestral tomb. Gu Changa revealed a smile. However, this process still needed some time. Therefore, Gu Changa got up and left this place, preparing to find trouble with Long Teng first. At this time, the news of Long Teng's movement quickly spread, causing a huge commotion among many immortal ancient clans in immortal ancient continent. The cultivators of the outside world might not know, but for the clans of immortal ancient continent, Long Teng was the most powerful representative and symbol of his generation. Even those who were listed as the top 10 young experts changed their expressions when talking about Long Teng. They were incomparably fearful, and they knew that they were not Long Teng's opponent. Now that Long Teng had moved, it naturally shocked the immortal ancient creatures. Even some of the older generation were shocked. Lord Long Teng has said that he will suppress the young man named Gu Changa in the outside world. He will take everything away. An immortal ancient creature spread such words, causing many of the younger generation in the outside world to be shocked and horrified. The immortal ancient creatures knew very little about Gu Changa. However, for the young geniuses of the outside world, it was something that they were very clear about. Gu Changa's strength could even be said to have entered the realm of the young taboo. It would not be wrong to say that he was the leading figure of the younger generation in immortal ancient continent. What kind of idiot is Long Teng? How dare he say that he will kill young Master Changa? This is simply the biggest joke in the world. At this moment, it caused the young geniuses to laugh at him in various regions. Ha ha ha, my head is about to fall off from laughing. If he said that he will suppress the other young supremes, I think the possibility is still very high, but he said that he will kill young Master Changa. I'm afraid he doesn't know what the young taboo is. Crazy, this is really crazy. I finally have the chance to see what it means to be the most pretentious and get the most vicious beating. When the time comes, let's see how this guy named Long Teng will be slapped in the face. Many young geniuses who heard this news were about to laugh crazily, and even tears were about to come out. The size of the upper world's inner area was difficult to describe. In terms of vastness and boundlessness, it was not qualified. But in the inner area, his name could shake all sides, and he was known as a young taboo with the potential of a true immortal. How could any random cat or dog be so arrogant? That's right, in their opinion, this young man named Long Tongue was a jumping clown. After all, which of Gu Changa's battle records did not rely on his terrifying strength to kill his way through? Some time ago, even the invincible 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was easily killed by Gu Changa. With such a battle record, no one dared to lightly say no. Of course, the most important reason was that no matter what, Gu Changa was still an outsider and not a native creature. Encountering a native creature so arrogant, they were naturally angry. Although the cultivation of the immortal ancient creatures was very strong, it was only because they had the advantage of time and place. Brother Changa's strength is unfathomable, but this Long Ting, I heard that he is a tricky character. I just don't know how much of Brother Changa's strength he can force out. On a mountain peak, Yulangtian could not help but shake his head as he said this. He raised his hand to shatter a terrifying python in front of him and plucked a strange flower. Thinking of this news, he did not care. In any case, he could not see through Gu Changa more and more. On the contrary, Long Tongue, who had a terrifying reputation in the immortal ancient continent, was nothing to worry about. A truly powerful existence was a kind of terror that you could feel his strength, but did not know how strong he was. Gu Changa always gave him this feeling. When the time comes, if the two of them fight, I can go and take a look. If I can see some of Brother Changa's true strength, this trip will not be in vain. Thinking of this, Yulangtian changed his direction, somewhat eager that the two of them could meet sooner. Scenes like this were still happening everywhere, and the young supreme beings from the outer world were all shocked. Long Tang's strength came from his powerful innate talent and profound cultivation, but Gu Changa's strength was the type of unknown that made even their hearts tremble, the younger generation shiver in fear. Regardless of who it was, none of them dared to look down on Gu Changa, instead wishing to avoid him. Now, Long Tongue's words made their eyes couldn't help but light up. This idiot, he didn't even investigate Gu Changa's situation, yet he dares to say this. This is perfect. He did what we always wanted to do, but didn't dare do. Young restriction. Is this Gu Changa's true strength? A young supreme being said softly, already having plans to challenge Gu Changa a long time ago. However, because they did not have confidence, they always delayed, dragging it out until now. In front of a jade-like lake, divine light flickered, hazy immortal light flickering about. An immortal nectar-like plant was sparkling and translucent, bearing several fruits. A world-shocking great battle erupted here, many people fighting over this immortal nectar. The ones who took action were young supreme beings from the outer world, as well as quite a few young creatures from immortal ancient. In the end, in the void, Yumingkong, who was surrounded by several people, her clothes fluttering about, her jade-like hand moved, her slender finger pointing out, and an awe-inspiring aura appeared between heaven and earth, as if she was a matchless empress, a monarch overlooking the world, only she was supreme. Terrifying, wondrous techniques erupted, as if a large expanse of immortal rain covered this place, everyone retreating in horror. With a flash, she stepped on the surface of the lake and snatched the immortal stalk. Immortal spiritual fruit containing immortal spiritual energy, Yumingkong nodded. In the end, she took these fruits without any effort. She had confidence that she could use this to quickly enter the void god realm. At that time, with the help of the immortal spiritual fruit, attaining a flawless immortal foundation would be easy. Princess, about the true dragon races, Long Tongue's words. Soon after, Yumingkong planned to leave this place, find a place to cultivate in seclusion. A follower behind her suddenly came forward to report this matter. Yumingkong did not seem surprised to hear this. Then her eyes moved slightly and she asked in return, "Do you know where Chang'e is going?" In her previous life, she did not come to the mortal ancient continent, so she did not encounter Longteng. All the various opportunities and so on here were summarized from various rumors and information in her previous life. At that time, Longteng did not have a feud with Gu Chang'e. She guessed that Gu Chang'e was planning something big and chose to ignore Longteng. But in this life, Longteng was so arrogant and even planned to snatch her away. With Gu Chang'e's character, he would definitely not let Longteng go. After all, this matter was deliberately led by her at that time, and she mentioned Gu Chang'e casually. Occasionally, scheming against Gu Chang'e was also a little pleasure for her. Gu Chang'e always liked to tease her. Of course, this kind of trifle did not have any effect on Gu Chang'e at all. It was insignificant. No matter how strong Longteng's talent was, it was impossible for him to be Gu Chang'e's opponent. Encountering Gu Chang'e, Longteng's only path was death. Yu Mingkong did not think of the second possibility. Act the biggest poser, take the most vicious beating. Even her mind had such a sentence. Longteng's character was like that. He thought that he was invincible and did not put others in his eyes at all. What she wanted to know now was where exactly Gu Chang'e was. After all, he had disappeared for some time. "Princess, we are not sure about young Master Chang'e's whereabouts during this period of time." After that, she received the follower's reply. Yu Mingkong was not surprised. If someone could see through his whereabouts, then it was not Gu Chang'e. "When the time comes, with his shrewdness, I'm afraid that he will easily guess that I was the one who schemed against him and pushed him to the forefront of the storm." Yu Mingkong felt that for the time being, it was better for her to avoid Gu Chang'e. After all, she was also a little nervous. Gu Chang'e was obviously planning to develop in secret. In the end, she did this and directly tricked him. When the time came, it would be strange if Gu Chang'e was in a good mood. It was inevitable that he would look for her to settle the score. Chapter 145. Who is Longteng? It's rare to see someone like him looking for trouble with Gu Chang'e. Whoosh! Under a waterfall that looked like the Milky Way, Gu Xian'er sat on a piece of bluestone. She lifted the corner of her skirt and soaked her small, fair feet in the water. She swayed back and forth, looking very relaxed. From time to time, she would look at a group of red-eyed black apes not far away. No one knew what she was thinking in her little head. At this moment, she frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect that a villain like Gu Chang'e would have such a day." Naturally, she also heard the news. Gu Chang'e, who had always been looking for trouble with others, was also a little stunned that someone was looking for trouble with him. After she reacted, Gu Xian expressed pity for the person named Longteng. After witnessing Gu Chang'e's strength that day, she didn't think that anyone in the younger generation could be a match for Gu Chang'e. Unless she grew up, no one could compete with Gu Chang'e. "Ahong, you said that the 8 Saint banana is about to ripen. Is that true?" Gu Xian'er asked. The Ahong she was talking about was the big red bird with drooping eyelids next to her. Ahong had an unusual talent for finding treasures. It had helped her a lot along the way. So Gu Xian'er listened to it now and waited here for the 8 Saint banana to ripen. However, the group of black apes stared at her warily with red eyes, as if they were guarding against a thief. This made Gu Xian'er a little angry. She was passing by and saw the beautiful scenery. Couldn't she stop and admire it? Ahong ignored her. Gu Xian'er didn't care. She still muttered to herself, "Actually, I still want to see Gu Chang'e suffer. It's a pity. I heard that Longteng is about to enter the true God realm. However, judging from how sinister Gu Chang'e is, even if he enters the true God realm, he probably won't be a match for Gu Chang'e." This was the conclusion she had come to after thinking about it for a long time. The cultivation level that Gu Chang'e displayed on the surface was very likely just to mislead the public. Her eyesight far surpassed that of many people, especially under the guidance of several masters. She understood many secrets that her peers did not understand. When Guchanga was young, his cultivation had already crushed his peers. The cultivation that he had displayed so far was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. At that time, the rule power of 590 in the terrifying sword Qi had shocked her. Afterward, she even suspected that Guchanga had already entered the ranks of the Saint Realm. Revenge seems to be a long way off. Let's go watch the show. Guchanga has always been cruel to his enemies. I wonder how tragic this long tongue will be. Thinking of this, Gusiana stood up, grabbed the big red bird, threw it on his shoulder, and directly turned into a divine rainbow as he left this place. Although the 8th Saint Banana was rare, she still wanted to see Guchanga fight with others. During this period of time, the scene from that day appeared in her mind from time to time. Just like that day, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking in front of her. It wasn't that large, but it was sturdy, making her feel at ease, as if it could hold up even if the heavens collapsed. Gu Xian didn't want to admit that she was actually looking for an excuse to see Guchanga. She wanted to see what kind of end the arrogant long tongue would end up in. At this time, the big red bird couldn't help but give Gu Xian a look. That expression seemed to be saying, "How, woman?" Meanwhile, during this period of time, various parts of Immortal Ancient Continent were also stirred up. As the leader of Immortal Ancient's younger generation, Long Tongue led a large number of followers, moving out to search for Guchanga's figure. When he heard that the cultivators of the outside world were mocking him, he couldn't help but be furious. When he took action, quite a few young, heavenly geniuses were killed. This matter also drew the anger of the outside world's younger generation. Quite a few people walked together on their own accord, resisting Immortal Ancient's creatures together. After all, in terms of strength, Immortal Ancient's creatures were tyrannical, not something normal young heavenly geniuses could compare to. This also made them suffer quite a bit. Quite a few young supreme beings were also injured in battle, suffering ambushes. Quite a few of their followers fell as a result. This result left the cultivators of the outside world shocked. Only now did many people understand the true essence of this experience. Immortal Ancient Continent had many opportunities, but it was also the easiest to lose one's life here. Among them, the most dangerous were Immortal Ancient's young creatures. With Long Teng in the lead, many young experts were extremely powerful. Even the young supreme beings of the outside world suffered greatly. However, soon after, there were cultivators who noticed that Guchanga, who was at the center of all this, also appeared after many days. At his side, there was also a large number of followers, slaughtering their way over from another region. Along the way, many Immortal Ancient creatures were similarly killed by him. In that instant, Immortal Ancient Continent was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the outside world or Immortal Ancient's creatures, all of their eyes gathered over. Quite a few people felt like this was going to be a fierce struggle between giants. The two's identities could be said to be diametrically opposed. Among the younger generation, they both had representative statuses. On a mountain peak, Guchanga stood with his hands behind his back. Clouds and mist surged, his hair sparkling like ink feathers, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "Master, we've already found out the news. Long Teng is currently in the east. There are 7 Void God Realm followers by his side. Apart from them, they are all titled King Realm existences. There isn't even a single titled Marquis." The Yiksha-like creature respectfully reported. Hearing the followers report behind him, he nodded with some deep meaning. Seems like this is the source of Long Tongue's confidence. Spread the news. Tell him to stay where he is and not move. I'm coming to kill him right now. I have a younger sister in my hands. If you don't want her to die, then don't run around randomly. Guchanga smiled faintly. There were quite a few Immortal Ancient creatures suppressed behind him. During this period of time, they were all clamoring for Long Tongue to come and kill him. In the end, when he heard the news, he directly rushed over to wipe them all out. "Yes, master." Hearing this, the eggshell-like follower received the order and did not dare to have the slightest doubt. He directly turned into a divine rainbow and left. And behind Gu Changa, the group of immortal ancient creatures suppressed heard this and shouted unwillingly, "Surnamed Gu, don't be so smug. Lord Long Tongue will come and save us." Among them, there was a dragon girl with dragon horns on her head. She had a pretty face and slightly thin lips. When she heard this, her face immediately paled. She was the younger sister of Long Tongue that Gu Changa had mentioned. She worshipped Long Tongue fanatically. She even took the initiative to bring some people to search for Gu Changa's traces, threatening to kill him with Long Tongue. Moreover, it was said that she was the one who found the favored girls of various clans for Long Tongue. Even Yu Mingkong was found by her for Long Tongue. Therefore, after Gu Changa left the Black Sky Eagle clan, he summoned a group of followers. When they heard this news, they directly went to block her. At that time, all of her subordinates were also killed by Gu Changa. "Gu Changa, if you dare to make a move against me, Lord Long Tongue will not let you go. If I lose a single hair, all of you will not be able to escape death. That fiancée of yours, even if Lord Long Tongue takes a fancy to her, she will not have—" This dragon girl had also been frightened by Gu Changa's cruel methods these days. Her expression was frightened and trembling. At this time, when she heard these words, she only wanted to use Long Tongue's name to suppress Gu Changa. "Cut off her tongue for me." When Gu Changa heard this, he frowned, and then ordered with a casual expression. Towards this kind of thing that had a retarded halo and didn't have eyes, he actually wanted to directly slap her to death. However, he wanted to leave it for Long Tongue when the time came. He did not kill her. Coveting his woman, this debt was not so easy to settle. "Yes, master." Immediately, a follower directly pulled out a short sword with a whoosh. "You dare!" The dragon girl was shocked and then alarmed, not daring to believe. She continuously shouted, but was suppressed, unable to move at all. In the next moment, under her frightened and resentful gaze, the sword descended with a pu sound. Blood splashed in all directions. Immediately, the mountain peak became much quieter. However, the other immortal ancient creatures were so scared that their faces became even paler. During these days, Gu Changa had slaughtered them under all kinds of pretexts. A portion of the creatures were even killed on the spot by Gu Changa under the name of being hungry, turned into their original forms and then skinned and deboned, roasted on the spot. This scene truly frightened everyone quite a bit. Now, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even though this young man looked handsome and refined, his methods were more cruel than anyone they had ever seen. Now, even Long Teng's sister had her tongue cut off, making them tremble, scared to the extreme. Then, divine rainbows rushed into the sky, radiance pervading the air, the momentum astonishing. Gu Changa brought everyone towards Long Tongue's location. Along the way, quite a few cultivators saw this scene, all of them shocked. Then, many people were stirred up. When they heard that Gu Changa was going to take the initiative to kill Long Tongue, they didn't even think about it, following behind him. In that instant, every region stirred up a commotion again. Many young supreme beings knew that Gu Changa was extremely domineering, but they never expected him to do things so viciously at this time. Quite a few of Long Tongue's admirers were all directly grabbed by Gu Changa, having Long Tongue not move, that he was going to kill him. During these past few days, many of the younger generation's dejection from being defeated by immortal ancients' creatures were completely swept away. It seems like Brother Gu truly plans to fight against this Long Tongue, a bit impatient. Within the mountain range, Yi Langtian brought his followers along, hurrying along. When he heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile, full of expectation. In another place, the great golden-winged Peng race's inheritor Peng Fei was alone, turning into streak after streak of golden light, also heading in that direction. Longevity, Wang family's young supreme being, Wang Wushuang, was also hurrying over. There were also the young supreme beings of Undying Lake and other orthodoxies, all of them excited, looking forward to this battle. At this time, all of Immortal Ancient Continent's cultivators were shaken up, hearing Gu Changa's threat towards Longtongue. Stand there and don't move, he was going to kill him. This type of understated confidence and domineering attitude made all of the young heavenly talents feel excited, to the extent where their blood was boiling. After all, during this period of time, they were ambushed by Immortal Ancients' creatures, fleeing in all directions, truly sullen. Every place was in an uproar. Even many of Immortal Ancients' creatures were shocked, feeling like a great earthquake was about to happen. It was because no one had ever dared to speak to Longtongue like this, unless they were courting death. At the same time, on a mountain peak, a young figure stood there, his body covered in dragon scales and dragon horns, flowing with endless radiance and symbols, his aura powerful without change. His true body couldn't be seen clearly, wrapped in resplendent dragon symbols, deep and powerful. Beside him seemed to contain an endless starry sky, a terrifying aura pervading the air. It was Longtongue, standing there like a young true dragon. His face was as heavy as water. A terrifying aura and pressure pressed down on heaven and earth, shrouding down, making his followers want to kneel down and kowtow. Sir is angry. That young man, named Gu Changa, is too arrogant, but no one has ever dared to speak to Sir like that. Damn it, he actually told Sir to stand there and not move. He's going to kill Sir. Wah, 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 I'm so angry. Since when was Sir looked down upon by someone, and it's even a human from the outside world? Longtongue's followers were furious. During this period of time, they were the ones searching for Gu Changa's traces. Now, Gu Changa appeared and directly said that he was going to kill Longtongue. These words were even more arrogant than Longtongue's. How dare you threaten me? Very well, I'll make you regret what he said. An ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then I'll wait for him here. Let's see if he dares to come. At this time, Longtongue also spoke up, the wind and clouds in his eyes changing, terrifyingly cold. His voice was full of gloominess and killing intent. Before this, he had never thought he would be this angry today, hearing someone dare to provoke and look down on him like this. Moreover, they actually threatened him, believing that he would run. How could Longtongue, who was so proud and arrogant, accept this? Even though this might very well be the other party's intention, Longtongue still couldn't help but be furious. If it was a normal person who said this, he might not care too much, believing that ants weren't worth caring about. However, this was after he announced that he was going to suppress and kill the other party, yet the other party wasn't scared. Instead, his attitude was even more domineering and arrogant than his own, making quite a few followers he sent out suffer under his hands. This made it hard for Longtongue to calm down. He wanted to personally torture the other party to death, seize his woman in front of his face. Feel free to come and throw your life away. Meanwhile, soon after, Longtongue also spread the news that he was here, waiting for Gu Changa to come and throw his life away. The two replied from a distance, triggering a great earthquake, even more so erupting. In that instant, many immortal ancient creatures and the younger generation of the outside world hurried over. In the nearby mountain peaks, large amounts of people gathered, truly a sea of people. Chapter 146. Chi Chi Chi. Streaks of divine rainbows rushed over from all over the world. In a short period of time, many figures gathered around the mountain peak. They all rushed over after hearing the news. It was extremely lively. There were even some who couldn't hold it in any longer. They started bickering and fighting here. They began to take action. In an instant, brilliant light interweaved in the sky. All types of resplendent magical artifacts streaked across the sky, incomparably dazzling. Large amounts of mountains and ancient trees collapsed, filling the sky with dust. What kind of thing is Longtongue? Just wash your heads and wait for our young Master Changa to reap the harvest. A young heaven's pride mocked, fearlessly cursing at immortal ancients' creatures. Lord Longting's power is something you can never imagine. That person surnamed Gu will definitely die today. There were also immortal ancient creatures who cursed back. Then both sides began to take action, killing until their eyes were red. All types of blood splattered everywhere, corpses and bones flying everywhere. The two groups of people here were mainly from two different camps. To the east were native creatures from immortal ancient continent. They were all different. There was a blonde girl with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man with arms covered in scales, and a giant man with ox horns on his head. They all had cold expressions, powerful chi and blood. They rushed out from deep within the mountains, coldly looking at the group of young heavens' pride who came from the outside world. To the west were a group of supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects, young supreme beings. For example, Yi Langtian with his golden divine halo, Wang Wushuang with his entire body shrouded in mist. They also stared coldly at immortal ancients' creatures. This place was full of brilliance. More and more people gathered around, whispering from time to time. Even though they knew that they might be implicated, they still hurried here, wanting to personally witness a great event that shook immortal ancient continent. Even more people's gazes were focused on the distant mountain peak, on that terrifying figure shrouded in thick dragon runes. Just his aura alone was powerful enough to make people tremble. Long Tongue, behind him, the figures of his followers were also silent. Their expressions were cold, like a group of iron-blooded warriors who had experienced thousands of battles. The aura of a peak void god was unmistakably displayed, like a young true dragon. Everyone could feel the terrifying pressure. Yi Langtian and the others couldn't help but change their expressions, feeling a great pressure. Not simple. His strength was extremely tyrannical. It was impossible for them to be Long Ting's opponent. At this time, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, he doesn't have the unfathomable feeling that Brother Chang'e has. Yi Langtian shook his head slightly. Golden runes flashed in Wang Wushuang's eyes. He also noticed how terrifying Long Tongue was. I hope I'm not too late. In the distance, Gu Xian turned into a stream of light, crossing over mountains and ridges at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he saw this ancient land. From time to time, divine rainbows would streak across the sky above this primitive ancient land. Those cultivators and living beings all flew in one direction. It was obvious that they were all heading towards the battle between Gu Chang'e and Long Tongue. She rushed all the way there and sneaked into crowded places. She was afraid that Gu Chang'e would recognize her. However, Gu Xian was soon disappointed. Gu Chang'e hadn't shown up until now. Not even a shadow could be seen. She even suspected that with Gu Chang'e's bad character, he might have stood Long Ting up and played him like a monkey. Of course, she was just guessing. Hey, that's Sister Minkong's white jade carriage. Suddenly, Gu Xian noticed something high up in the sky. There were 9 ancient beasts that looked like divine phoenixes pulling a jade carriage, galloping over. Stopping high up in the sky, the jade carriage was sparkling and translucent. Thousands of auspicious lights surrounded it, and it was extraordinary. A blurry and graceful figure could be vaguely seen in it. She recognized that it was Yu Minkong's means of transportation. However, Gu Xian liked to be alone. After coming to the immortal ancient continent, she didn't look for Yu Minkong. She also knew that when she was being chased by the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, Yu Minkong wanted to come and help her, but she was held back by someone else. Unlike Gu Chang'e, she could feel that Yu Minkong's kindness to her was sincere and not fake. Many divine lights could be seen in the sky. The battle this time had attracted too much attention. Although the older generation of the immortal ancient continent had discussed with the orthodoxies in the outside world, they couldn't interfere. However, at this time, some of the older generation were still watching. After all, Long Tongue represented the hope of the immortal ancient dragon tribe. Is that Gu Changa's fiancé? A girl named Yu Mingkong. At this time, Long Tongue's gaze shifted. Many stars seemed to be moving in his eyes. He stared at the white jade carriage in the sky and looked at the figure inside with a burning gaze. It was as if he could see through layers of curtains. How about you give up on that, Gu guy, and follow me? At this time, a rare smile appeared on Long Tongue's cold face as he looked at the sky not far away. This was Long Tongue speaking in front of everyone. This sentence was like rolling thunder, but it also contained a terrifying Taoist rhyme. Many cultivators felt their ears vibrate. Their aura surged, and some of them almost fell to the ground. They were shocked. Then, after hearing Long Tang's words, many people's expressions changed drastically. Who was Yu Mingkong? She was the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty in the outside world. This Long Ting really had guts, daring to speak to her like that? At this time, many young geniuses glared at him. Of course, some people knew that the hatred between Long Tongue and Gu Changa was caused by Yu Mingkong. This was the so-called femme fatale. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen someone like you. At this time, a cold and indifferent voice came from the white jade carriage. It was like the sound of nature, without the slightest emotion. It was as if she was talking to a dead person. However, only Yu Mingkong knew the strange look in her eyes. Long Tang's death-seeking personality was indeed like this. She was naturally here to watch the show. She didn't expect Gu Changa to respond so quickly, directly saying that he wanted to kill Long Tongue. If she remembered correctly, Long Tongue had a drop of rainbow true dragon blood on him. That was the true blood that would only appear after the true dragon's hardest scales were torn off. It was incomparably precious and had many uses. Coincidentally, she knew how to condense it. Gu Changa probably didn't know about this. I like this personality. Long Tongue was not angry at all when he heard this. Instead, his eyes were filled with admiration. He liked women with this kind of personality. The stronger they were, the more conquering they felt. These words really make me sick. However, accompanied by a cold voice, Yu Mingkong, who was in the white jade carriage, suddenly frowned. She made a move. She didn't have a good impression of Long Tongue, and these words made her feel even more disgusted. She couldn't help but want to make a move on Long Tongue before Gu Changa. Clang! Clang! They didn't expect Yu Mingkong to suddenly attack Long Tongue without saying a word. With a thought, a bright light bloomed in the void. This was Yu Mingkong's powerful emperor technique. She had already broken through to the void god realm. Her current true cultivation was still much weaker than Long Tang's. However, she was not afraid at all. Of course, she also wanted to know how strong Long Tang was. So she tested him. Vaguely, the group of cultivators saw a rain of light at this moment, and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. The group of young supreme martial artists who saw Yu Mingkong for the first time all had solemn and fearful expressions. So powerful, it seemed that Yu Mingkong's true strength was far more than what she appeared to be on the surface. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Yu Mingkong's words made Long Tang's face stiffen, and his smile disappeared. No matter how good his state of mind was, he felt embarrassed to be called disgusting by such a beauty in front of everyone at this time, especially when the other party dared to take the initiative to attack him. It was fine if it was just Gu Changa, but he didn't expect his fiancée to be like this too. At this moment, Long Ting's good expression had disappeared. Before me, you have no chance of winning. You're just an ant. Long Tongue's expression was very cold. He chose to put his hands behind his back with a look of contempt. In the face of Yu Mingkong's technique, a vast fluctuation came from between his brows. A golden ocean appeared like a wave. This was his powerful divine ability. It was like a surging sea exploding in the void. At this moment, even the true God realm cultivators' expressions changed. They didn't dare to take it head-on. This was too strong. It could destroy one's physical body. No matter how strong Princess Yuminkong is, she might not be this Long Ting's opponent. This is a gap that is difficult to make up for in cultivation. Immediately, there were young supreme beings who frowned. Their eyes were like torches as they stared at Long Tongue's technique. If they faced it, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. However, their expressions were a bit stunned. Then they were shocked, producing expressions of shock. Even the cold, indifferent, and arrogant expression on Long Ting's face froze in an instant. They only saw large amounts of light explode, like golden lotuses. They tore apart the sky dome one after another, enough to shatter the heavens. Bo, bo, bo! The lotuses broke apart one after another. Immediately afterwards, this golden ocean was blasted apart. Everyone could vaguely see an exceptional female emperor standing in the air. She was incomparably powerful, her style unmatched. I admit that I underestimated you a bit, but this time I won't show mercy. His attack was actually blocked by Yuminkong like this. Long Tang's face became even more so a bit ugly and overcast. Regardless of what the result was today, he had already lost enough face. Normally, even the 10 great young experts of a mortal ancient couldn't withstand a single palm from him. Didn't Long Nu say that Yuminkong's strength was about the same as hers? What was going on? With your little bit of ability, where did you get the confidence to provoke Chang'e? At this time, Yuminkong's reply also seemed to be understated. She didn't show herself from start to finish, only remaining in the white jade carriage. However, the attack just now was already shocking enough, making many of Immortal Ancient's creatures endlessly shocked. Asking for fresh flowers, even the young Nine Heavens Supremes were astounded. Our strength is not Minkong's opponent. Although they were unwilling, they could only admit this fact. However, when they heard Yu Minkong's words, many people's expressions became strange. Why did they feel like they had heard it before? Back then, when Gu Xian was being chased by the Ocean Palace's 7th princess, she seemed to have also said this to the 7th princess. Now that Yu Minkong said these words, wasn't the meaning the same? They seemed to be incomparably confident in Gu Chang'e. You really succeeded in infuriating me. Long Tongue's expression was gloomy. He felt that he needed to show some powerful methods. Otherwise, this woman would not know what was good for her. She actually tried to anger him time and time again. The group of followers behind him surged with chi and blood like dark clouds, surging violently. At this time, their eyes also revealed a cold light, staring in the direction of Yu Minkong. From the looks of it, it seemed that if there was a disagreement, all of them would attack together and take Yu Minkong down. You have also angered me, little ant. At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the side of the world. Long Tongue and all the cultivators' expressions changed slightly as they looked towards the sky. Needless to say, everyone could feel that the main character had arrived. Rumble. There was a vast and mighty sound, and streaks of divine rainbow swept across the sky, causing many cultivators to suck in a breath of cold air. This scale was really frightening. Something's not right. However, Long Tongue's reaction was very fast. He sensed the change in space. His expression changed slightly, and terrifying runes flowed all over his body, turning into a resplendent dragon armor to resist. However, the void in front of him distorted and blurred. A young man walked out from it, his expression indifferent, looking very casual. Divine light was faintly discernible, and when he raised his foot, it seemed that endless gravity was transformed into a power that covered heaven and earth. Boom! The void trembled as if it was about to be shattered by this power. Long Ting did not have time to react and was kicked in the stomach. With a puff, he coughed out blood, and his internal organs were torn apart. There was a trace of unwillingness on his face as he was kicked into the ground with a bang. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the mountain range collapsed, and a shocking large crack appeared. Gu Chang'e had arrived. I told you to wait, and I'll come to kill you now. You're really obedient. He let out a laugh that was either mocking or playful. At the same time, he raised his palm, and all kinds of runes appeared in it, densely packed like raindrops, but they were dazzling sword chi. A terrifying power manifested in the void, erupting with endless power. The runes were like the sea, a vast expanse. Among them there was a sword chi that was as thick as a star, falling like a red sun. Puff, puff, puff. The large mountain range in front exploded in an instant, turning into fine dust. Long Tongue's group of followers all vomited blood and flew backward. Some could not resist and directly exploded in the void. Blood mist splattered everywhere. For a moment, everyone who planned to watch this shocking battle was stunned. They completely did not expect that the first moment Gu Changa appeared, he would kick Long Ting into the ground. Sure enough, it confirmed that sentence. The more fun it was to posture, the more painful it would be when the face was slapped. Gu Changa finally encountered an opportunity to slap the face, so he naturally had to cherish it well. Say it, how do you want to die? He looked down from high above, overlooking Long Tongue, who was buried by the mountain range, and asked casually. It looked like he was asking something like, "Have you eaten yet?" "Master, what do you want to do with them?" At this time, behind Gu Changa, a group of followers who were escorting Long Ting rushed over. Among them, Yu Mingkong was familiar with Long Nu. After all, she deliberately let them go at that time, intending to trick Gu Changa. But now Long Nu looked frightened, covered in blood, and even her tongue was cut. Along the way, she was obviously tortured by Gu Changa's people. This is a big gift. Naturally, I have to kill in front of Long Tongue. Gu Changa said lightly. At this time, he glanced at Yu Mingkong. First deal with this guy. I will settle the score with you later. Yu Mingkong guessed the meaning of his eyes, looking calm, as if she did not notice. She did not believe that Gu Changa could do anything to her. Of course, she really misunderstood Gu Changa. Gu Changa glanced at her, just to make sure that she was not injured. However, he did not see anything, so he asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Mingkong was a little flattered that Gu Changa would care about her, but thinking that this was most likely Gu Changa's act in front of everyone. At that moment, she shook her head and said coldly and naturally, "Changa, you don't have to worry, I'm fine." The little touch in her heart quickly returned to calmness. She could not tell at all what Gu Changa said, whether it was true or false, and she was really fine. Although Long Tongue was strong, she was not weak at all. Soon, many cultivators near the mountain peak reacted. Looking at this scene, they could only sigh in their hearts. It was really a husband and wife singing together. Qian, Chapter 147. Just when everyone was shocked and enviously watching Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong flirting with each other, Gu Changa suddenly changed her attitude. There was a rumbling sound. The mountain range and many ruins below suddenly exploded, turning into dust and ashes that filled the sky. "How dare you!" A furious roar, accompanied by a cold voice filled with killing intent, was heard. Subsequently, a terrifying figure that was completely coiled by golden talisman markings transformed into a divine ray of light that shot over from below. At this moment, Long Teng's body was surging with qi and blood, and even the top of his head was gushing with a terrifying sea of qi and blood. It was like a Wangyang, a stormy sea, terrifying to the extreme. The cultivation of the peak of the void god realm was displayed without a doubt, powerful beyond compare, but coupled with his current sorry state. This caused many cultivators to reveal strange expressions. Even the creatures of a mortal ancient were the same, as they couldn't bear to look directly at him. After all, the scene just now was really trampling on Long Teng's face. The strong, cold, and domineering image that he had deliberately created before collapsed directly. "Gu Changa, how dare you launch a sneak attack? You really want to die." Long Teng said coldly. He was really angry. He never thought that Gu Changa would suddenly appear and directly kick him to the ground. This scene was really too embarrassing and sullen, simply making Long Teng go crazy with hatred. There had never been a moment like today, when he wanted to kill someone. looking at Long Teng's flustered and exasperated, extremely cold eyes. Gu Changa's expression was natural, as if he didn't care, as if the person who attacked just now wasn't him. At this time he stared at Long Teng with a faint gaze, muttering to himself, "It seems that I didn't guess wrong. It really is the template of Long Out Yin. What a pity. This method is even more old-fashioned than trash. To be able to encounter it on you, it really surprises me." Although he said so, his face didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. At this time, the system's voice appeared in his mind. "Ding, the son of destiny, Long Teng, has appeared, triggering the following mission. 1. Kill Long Teng. Obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. 2. Subdue Long Teng. Obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. The additional rewards will be calculated separately." Regarding these two missions, Gu Changa naturally chose the first option without any hesitation. Why would he subdue such a brainless and fearless creature? It was completely useless. Not to mention, Long Teng even had thoughts that he shouldn't have. Gu Changa felt that casually killing him would be merciful. Therefore, there was no second possibility. Come to think of it, Long Teng had a total of 4,000 luck points. This reminded Gu Changa of the few luck plunder cards that he had thrown away in the system mall. They were almost covered in dust. The original price was 5,000 fate points. However, if it was used on Long Teng, it would not be at a disadvantage at all. When the plundering was successful, it would trigger the rule that the Son of Destiny's luck points would be reset to 0. Maybe this Long Teng could even give him some good stuff. In Gu Changa's eyes, Long Teng was not even qualified to be a leak. At most, he could be considered an experienced monster. At the very least, Yi Ling still had a brain and knew what to do. This Long Teng was really fearless. He was right to be reckless. However, according to normal circumstances, the opponents Long Teng encountered were all weaker than him. It was normal for him to be looked down upon and looked down upon. How could he meet someone like Gu Changa, who was a final boss? Gu Changa, what do you mean by that? Long Teng's expression was extremely cold. He did not understand what Gu Changa was saying, but he knew Gu Changa's contemptuous and indifferent attitude. This made Long Teng's anger and killing intent even stronger. After all, ever since he was born, he had never met someone like Gu Changa who dared to humiliate and ignore him like this. "It's nothing. I just mean to call you an idiot." In this regard, Gu Changa did not feel like he was bullying him at all. This kind of scolding sounded extremely natural and casual when it came out of his mouth. So much so that many cultivators felt that he was stating a fact. All the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent were stunned. He first humiliated them, then scolded them again. However, all of them felt that it was hard to refute. This Gu Changa was really strong. He was a guy who was even more difficult to deal with than Long Teng. What they saw today really shocked them to the core. For a moment, they could not find anything to say. Is this guy really trying to anger Long Teng to death? In the crowd, many people were stunned. Gu Xian was also stunned. Looking at Gu Changa's familiar figure, she did not know what to say for a while. She originally thought that Gu Changa would choose to directly attack and quickly get rid of Long Teng. But who would kick someone down as soon as they came up and then call him an idiot so calmly? It's really Gu Changa's temperament. His poisonous mouth is simply full of hatred in an instant. She remembered that when she was so angry with Gu Changa that her liver hurt, perhaps her emotions were similar to Long Teng's now. "Gu Changa, what did you say?" Long Teng's expression froze, and he was also stunned by Gu Changa's words for a moment. Before this, he had never encountered such a thing. Moreover, with Gu Changa's calm appearance, it was as if she had drawn the hatred to herself. "Zeng! Zeng!" Long Teng's anger rose. When he reacted, Long Teng's eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was even a little red. The mist around him surged, and the divine talisman was faintly visible. A terrifying aura was rising, and it was extremely cold. Didn't I tell you to stand still and I'll kill you? Why are you in such a hurry? You're really disobedient. Guchanga said calmly with a playful look in his eyes. He seemed to be a little helpless about Long Tang's death. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His moon-white feather clothes seemed to be embroidered with thousands of stars, and there was a hazy immortal aura and charm circulating. At this moment, in the eyes of many, he was even more arrogant and domineering than Long Tongue just now. Men, bring up the gift that I've prepared for Long Tongue. Then Guchanga continued to speak. Immediately, a few followers behind him stepped forward. Amidst the slashing sound of the blade light, there was a dazzling splash of blood. Lord Long Tongue, save us! Lord Long Tongue, save us! We don't want to die. A large group of creatures were all natives of the immortal ancient continent. Now they were suppressed, and their cultivation bases were sealed. His face was deathly pale as he shouted in fear and despair. They hoped that Long Tongue in front of them could save them. After all, they were all working for Long Tongue. After receiving Long Tongue's order, they went to look for Guchanga. However, they didn't find Guchanga. Instead, they were found by Guchanga, who directly came to kill them. Poof! However, before Long Tongue could speak, the blade light had already fallen, easily filling the place with a strong smell of blood. On the various mountain peaks, there was a sea of people. For a moment, all the cultivators and creatures saw this scene, and their backs were slightly cold. It had nothing to do with cultivation base. It was purely a word, and it gave people a strong sense of fear. Compared to Long Tang's overbearingness, Guchanga's methods were much colder and stronger. Kill them all, including that dragon girl. The faint smile on Guchanga's face finally disappeared at this time. He ordered coldly, before Long Tongue, whose expression changed, made a move. Boom! Guchanga's figure moved, and he took the initiative to directly attack. His sleeves shook, and the void suddenly became blurry and hazy. A terrifying and vast aura suddenly appeared. A large hand stretched out, and the universe rotated. The brilliance was dazzling, and the world seemed to darken. Changshengu families, Chinkuan sleeve. The expressions of many young supremes changed. They recognized Guchanga's move, and compared to the Chinkuan sleeve they were familiar with, the move in Guchanga's hands was much more terrifying. It was a qualitative change. Moreover, Guchanga's cultivation seems to have broken through to the void god realm. From the pressure just now, I'm afraid it's far more than that. It's really unfathomable. It's hard to feel fear. Even the 10 young experts of immortal ancients' creatures had solemn expressions at this time, revealing fear. When an expert made a move, it was clear whether it was real or not. Guchanga was definitely a great enemy. Just now, they thought that he only knew how to launch a sneak attack, but now it seemed that he just wanted to embarrass Long Tongue. You dare to attack me first, I will kill you today. Long Tongue's expression changed, and he was about to save the group of creatures. But Guchanga's sudden attack completely destroyed his plan. Boom! He also made a move. The strength of the peak void god realm was simply overwhelming. It was accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. A powerful divine light shone in it, golden like a dragon claw cast from gold, enveloping an area of nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, golden symbols appeared around his body, turning into streaks of golden divine spears. They possessed an unstoppable and terrifying sharpness. No matter how presumptuous you are today, you won't be able to change the situation of being killed by me. Even if the world is destroyed and the era ends, I, Long Tongue, will leave behind my name in this world. At this moment, Long Tongue recovered his cold and domineering attitude, his voice like rolling thunder exploding in heaven and earth. He didn't use any divine abilities, but it made countless cultivators' ears hurt, as if they were about to explode. Countless people were shocked, their eyes wide open. Long Tongue's strength was not a boast. He had true ability and ability. In an instant, a shockingly powerful fluctuation appeared here. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The cloud shattered, the universe reversed, and a true dragon appeared, as if a claw could destroy the heavens of eternity. This was Long Tongue's true dragon precious technique. At this moment, it displayed its invincible divine might, its offensive aura tyrannical to the extreme. Heaven and earth are endless, endless reincarnation. How many geniuses have been buried? You are just an ant that I am about to trample to death. Are you worthy of leaving your name? Gu Changa replied unhurriedly with a slight mockery. At the same time he attacked. The cultivation base he displayed was only at the early stage of the void god realm, but when his sleeves fluttered, however, there was an undefeatable and transcendent aura around him. He was surrounded by endless celestial light, as if a young celestial was standing in the void. Silver-like divine abilities smashed down one after another. Among them, the scene of the sun and moon sinking was incomparably terrifying. It appeared in his hand and attacked Long Tongue. Long Tongue's entire body was covered in golden flames, crushing the sky. At this moment, he was using all kinds of terrifying divine abilities. Rumble. There was a blazing and dazzling light here, as if endless stars were being destroyed, causing all the cultivators to close their eyes. Boom! Are you worthy of killing me? Long Tongue roared with killing intent. The great Tao is boundless, and the mortal world is rolling. All living beings are ants. Killing you is as easy as raising my hand. Gu Changa's expression was very indifferent at this moment, and his voice was full of contempt. Long Tongue was about to go crazy from being called an ant. He had always regarded others as ants. When did he become an ant in the mouth of others? Suddenly, Long Tongue's expression changed. Gu Changa was really raising his palm. Behind him, endless light appeared. That was the aura of the great Tao. The great Tao bone was shining. The great Tao body condensed, as if it was standing in the universe of tens of thousands of worlds, hanging rivers of stars falling. Great stars rotated one after another, incomparably majestic. It was as if an ancient universe had descended and appeared above Gu Changa. It was as if he had suddenly arrived at the end of the universe. What kind of divine ability is this? It should be Gu Changa's innate divine ability. Many young supreme beings couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, feeling a strong sense of terror from it. This is my great Tao body. Gu Xian couldn't help but clench her small hands. She sensed the aura of the same origin. The great Tao body was in Gu Changa's hands, displaying incomparable power, as if it was blooming with the brilliance it should have. This power even made her feel a bit of the rules of the great Tao. In the next moment, the heaven and earth behind Gu Changa seemed to have turned into his domain. The shape of the great Tao appeared, as if it was transformed from the blue sky. As he raised his palm, it covered the sky and the sun. Poof! Gu Changa looked down at Long Tongue coldly. Above the gigantic palm formed by the blue sky, the stars fell down, covering the entire area. In just an instant, everyone saw a shocking scene. Some even trembled all over, including their souls. They couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground and worship. The aura of the great Tao. Long Tongue's expression changed, knowing that he couldn't take this palm head-on. A terrifying aura rushed over, amidst a muffled groan. His figure retreated extremely quickly, as if he wanted to escape from the Five Fingers Mountain. However, the speed of Gu Changa's palm was too fast. It directly covered the heaven and earth, wanting to refine him within. How arrogant! Long Tongue wanted to resist and threw a punch. The ancient true dragon appeared in his bloodline, and his chi and blood pierced through the top of his head. However, accompanied by a cracking sound, his face was filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. Then it was as if he was struck by lightning. Both his arms were bleeding, as if he had collided with a boulder. In everyone's eyes, this was more like an egg hitting a rock. How is this possible? I have the true dragon bloodline. Long Ting couldn't believe it. With a low roar, his arms spasmed and drooped powerlessly. It was so painful that it was as if they were about to break. He was defeated in the first head-on confrontation. This was simply unimaginable to him. A chill ran down Long Tongue's back. I told you not to move. Don't you understand? Gu Changa's casual voice fell into Long Tongue's ears. At this moment, there was a shocking chill. This palm continued to cover him. With a poof, he let out a miserable cry. Following that, his arms shattered and exploded. The mighty force of heaven and earth pressed down. It was as if a piece of the sky had fallen. It was terrifying to the extreme. This kind of power was definitely not something that cultivators and living beings could resist with their physical bodies.